communities and culture. With today's technology, SAGE students have the opportunity to see what their peers are doing in other schools, other cities, and other countries across the world. As a matter of fact, SAGE teams are already importing and exporting from one another. And I think this is a great opportunity for the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. To make that agreement work effectively, young people must come on board with their energies and creativity. Expanding to global perspective. SAGE is about expanding one's global perspective by learning about other communities. SAGE dream for Nigeria. We firmly believe that Nigeria can be a world leader in providing potent human capital to the rest of the world, setting a benchmark for other countries to follow. Having won the SAGE World Cup 8 times in the last 12 years, I have no doubt in my mind that Nigerian young people are the most energetic and enterprising people in the world, and they can quicken our rise to global superpower status. Ladies and gentlemen, may I commend the courage and creativity of our SAGE students in leading the way for the true change in Nigeria. They have shown that most of our community challenges can be addressed when citizens become proactive in community service and civic engagement. They have displayed creativity, determination, and perseverance. We therefore urge Nigerian politicians, civic leaders, business leaders, and educators to embrace a national education reform, such like adopting the SAGE program in every secondary school throughout Nigeria as quickly as possible if we must save the country. May I commend His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, the Baba of Africa, for taking a lead in this direction. Thank you all for being part of this commitment. I do hope you have a wonderful day. Once again, welcome to the great event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a welcome address by the chairman, SAGE Nigeria. Let's appreciate him once again. Mr. Agbo Amogu is actually doing a lot for SAGE Nigeria. His impact in words cannot actually be expressed. Let's appreciate him once again, please. Okay. So moving on, we're going to be having opening the keynote address by His Excellency Major General Lee In-tae, the South Korean ambassador to Nigeria. Let's, with a rousing round of applause, appreciate the welcome. Oh, sorry, there was a typo error in the printout. We missed the name, I'm so sorry. The ambassador's name is His Excellency Major General Kim Yong-chai. Let's appreciate the ambassador of Korea to Nigeria as he makes his way to the stage. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank SAGE Nigeria for inviting me as a keynote speaker. It's a true honor for me to speak in front of current and future leaders of Nigeria at this historical presidential library. All protocols are observed since we have many people here today. But please allow me to recognize one great product of Ogun State, His Excellency, former President Obasanjo. Dear all, science tells an interesting story. It tells us all humans originated from Africa. A very small number, about 500 people, succeeded in setting foot on the Arabian Peninsula about 70,000 years ago. Their adventure out of Africa was mainly in search of food, particularly meat. The human curiosity to know unknowns might as well have directed the great human journey to every corner of the planet. This is an amazing scientific discovery. It shows that we are all brothers and sisters. As Nigerians frequently do, allow me to address you as brothers and sisters. Dear brothers and sisters, today I'm not going to make a formal diplomatic speech. Rather, I want to share with you my personal outlook on the history of development. I have served in many parts of the world: North America, Asia, Middle East, Europe, and Africa. During the last 30 years of foreign service, I found we humans are deep down exactly the same, even though there are some apparent differences. My intellectual curiosity about the history of development led me to study further, first about history, then religion, evolution, and development theory, and finally political philosophy. Political philosophy has two fundamental questions. First is how to build an ideal society. Second, why some societies are better than others. I have been trying to find answers to the second question, which is the main topic of my speech today. We humans have suffered and died from all sorts of unpleasant things, either natural or man-made. We can divide them roughly into three categories. First is hunger, second is violence, third is disease like a pandemic and malaria. Mosquito is known to have killed more people than all human killings combined. In a way, our history is the record of a continuous fight against these three demons. During the last 100 years, however, we have achieved a great success in the fight against hunger, disease, and violence. Violence has decreased, as Steven Pink argued in his book, The Better Angels About Nature. One of the main factors that led to the decline of violence was the appearance of a state. The British thinker Thomas Hobbes writes, "In the state of nature, we humans kill each other much more frequently, while the state, with the monopoly of power, imposed law and order." Now, the combined number of deaths from war, armed conflict, civil war, torture, and homicide is smaller than deaths caused by obesity. Eating too much is, ironically, the biggest threat to a long and healthy life. Of course, some people are still suffering from hunger, but we are better off in absolute terms. Numbers prove it. Life expectancy, child mortality, per capita income, and other numbers prove that we are absolutely better than our past generations. Needless to say, our great success in the fight against disease, thanks to scientists, researchers, and medical doctors. Dear all, going back to the main question, let's first look at it from the philosophical point of view. Great religions, such as Christianity, Islam, and Buddhism, are the main foundations of great civilizations. They assume that this world is full of agony and suffering, so promised heaven after death. This promise has given and is still giving many religious people the spiritual strength to survive the harshness of this world. The proposition that there is heaven after death, I think, is a bold one. However, there are even bolder propositions from thinkers like Plato and Marx, who claimed that they found a recipe to build a paradise in this world. Their recipes to build a paradise in this world have been proven wrong repeatedly. Why? Because we humans are imperfect. Human curiosity is limitless. So is greed and desire. We are full of contradictions. With due respect, most of our political thinkers and ideologies contain some element of such a claim to build a paradise in this harsh and imperfect world. Having said that, let's consider the question, why are there differences on the level of development among nations? Geography matters, climate matters, culture matters, political governance matters, economic policy matters, and foreign policy matters. We can continue counting many more factors when explaining the differences of development among nations. With this in mind, let me look at the case of South Korea and East Asian neighbors. Development scholars said that Korea was poorer than Ghana in 1960. Now, Korea is one of the most developed countries with a wider base of manufacturing and is a soft power of global reach. The rise of East Asia, including China, is spectacular, except North Korea. So, why is East Asia rising? Why is North Korea an exception, even though South and North Korea have exactly the same people, same language, same culture, and the same climate? This reasoning led me to look at the three key factors which played positively in the development of Korea. First is nation building. Second, strong state. Third, visionary leadership. As I mentioned before, we can count in other factors such as economic policy and foreign policy. Dear brothers and sisters, an unknown offspring of the original 500 people who dared to venture out of Africa made a long and difficult journey from Africa to the Arabian Peninsula, then to Central Asia, Siberia, northern China, and finally to the Korean Peninsula. The small number of nomadic people must have encountered innumerable obstacles, sometimes facing total extinction. Somehow, they made it by foot from Africa to Korea. It is historical, but spiritual for me to think about the migration history of my ancestors. We Koreans are told that our founder settled down in the peninsula 5,000 years ago, believe it or not, exactly on 3rd of October. So the Foundation Day is celebrated every year as the Korean Embassy holds the National Day reception with delicious food, lively music and dance, colorful display of culture. The foundation story is very interesting, but I'll skip it to save time. About 1,500 years ago, the Korean Peninsula was unified by one kingdom, and from that time, Korea began to build a unified national narrative. So now all Koreans, including North Koreans, feel proudly Korean. Korea's history of nation building is very long and deeply ingrained. In Abuja, from time to time, I look far away northeastward, thinking of my country in a painful state of division. The division of the Korean Peninsula is causing pain, like coming from the broken backbone. Still, Koreans are modeling through ups and downs to maintain national identity and culture. We dream the day of eventual reunification of the peninsula. I feel grateful for my country, South Korea, in spite of a division, standing tall internationally, together with great nations. Dear all, in his autobiography, President Obasanjo repeatedly stressed the importance of patriotism and nation building by overcoming tribal, regional, and religious differences. On this, I cannot agree more. Nigeria was born in 1914, just 107 years ago, which is a very short period of time to build a strong national narrative. The nation is called the imagined community. In this regard, Nigeria is an imagined community bound in freedom, peace, and unity. It takes great leaders and fascinating story makers to build a political community with a shared memory. As the Nigerian national anthem says, I quote, "The labor of our great heroes past shall never be in vain." Nigeria's National Youth Service, I think, has great merit in promoting shared experience and memory. So do the Army, based on meritocracy. During my service as ambassador to ASEAN, I saw a really diverse Indonesia in terms of ethnicity, religion, and language. Its national motto is unity in diversity. Indonesia is also very careful of maintaining equitable representation and appointing high-level positions like ministers and generals, similar to the Nigerian zoning and quota system, which I think is an inevitable but necessary choice to bring harmony and solidarity among diverse groups. Dear all, the second factor for Korea's development is the presence of a strong state. After reading books, of course, does not mean dictatorship. Rather, it's the capacity to mobilize people in a productive direction. For example, the Korean government initiated various kinds of national campaigns, which include rural village movement, family planning, meaning only two children per family, nationwide tree planting, garbage separation and recycling. The government used stick and carrot to have maximum participation by the people. It mobilized even elementary school teachers and children for these campaigns. I still have a vivid memory of when I was in the elementary school. Each spring, all of teachers and children had to join in the nationwide campaign of tree planting. We children had to bring piggy banks to school for inspection of saving. We had to collect plastics and pesticide bottles in the rice paddy. Other East Asian countries have driven these kind of national campaigns very effectively thanks to the strong government. The state is frequently called a necessary evil, and we humans are conditioned to have to live with it ever since Adam and Eve committed the original sin. Dear all, material pleasure had never been a top priority for human endeavors, while spiritual happiness was the ultimate goal. Great thinkers in ancient times held such a worldview. For example, the Greek thinker Plato divided people into three classes by analogy of a body: brain, heart, and stomach. The brain represents wisdom held by the highest class of philosophers, while the stomach represents lowest production class, since it is satisfied with material pleasure. Korea was no exception in this traditional worldview. In the pre-modern times, Korea had a class system in which Confucian scholars were placed on top, while the merchant class was the lowest, together with artists, designers, and engineers. Now, these professions are highly sought after and respected. Here, I want to emphasize the way we look at the world decisively affects the way we organize the political community. Today's worldview predominantly regards economic development as a top priority. This is a complete shift of paradigm in that the stomach production class takes the important position in creating nations' wealth. If you think material wealth is not crucial for your country, you are not wrong, but it is a completely different story. Here, my last point on the rise of Korea in particular and East Asia in general is about visionary leadership, particularly in the lowest stock production class. Korea produced many great business leaders. It was possible thanks to all sorts of support programs provided by the government. It was helped as well by the basic education and Confucianism, which placed great emphasis on the hierarchical relations. A great majority of Korean people internalized civic culture, such as sense of duty, discipline, and embraced good habits, such as frugality and saving for the rainy day. At the same time, the government consistently pursued the export-oriented economic policy so that Korean companies could compete internationally. Tax breaks, subsidies, and other incentives were generously provided for infant industries, mainly in the manufacturing sector. That's how Korea succeeded in building the manufacturing base almost from scratch. It's worth noting that Japan played a crucial role in the initial stage of East Asian economic development. Japan succeeded in modernization first among East Asian countries, which boosted "I can do as well" spirit in East Asia. In parallel, When Nigeria succeeds to rise, the rest of Africa will follow to rise. You know Hyundai and Kia. Hyundai Group founder made a business empire ranging from automobile to shipbuilding and construction. He finished only elementary school and started his business literally penniless. Even after becoming the richest man in Korea, he got out of bed early in the morning at 5 a.m. every day to inspect the site. There is a story. He happened to see a poor shovel exposed to rain during early morning inspection. He scolded the employees so harshly that they almost peed on their pants. As the story spread among employees, all of them got up early, made sure that everything was ordered. When his staff reported a feasibility study with a negative opinion, he would retort sternly, "Hey, did you try yourself?" His leadership was very aggressive. It worked very well. Let me share another story. Samsung is a household name in Nigeria, thanks to its consumer products such as smartphone, TV, air conditioner, etc. His founder idled and even gambled in his days. One day he realized his destiny while seeing his sleeping children. So he started a small rice trading company and eventually built a business empire. He's well known to have a deep interest in human nature, almost at the philosophical level. His leadership represents meticulous management. It worked beautifully as well. Irrespective of leadership style, such as speed of visionary leadership, Aliko Dangote, Mike Adenuga, Tony Elumelu, and many other Nigerian business leaders. They all started small, but dreamed big. In that, I see a great future for the Nigerian economy. There is an African saying, I quote, "It takes a whole village to raise a child. Likewise, it takes a whole country to build an internationally competitive manufacturing company." Dear all, today we are here with the next generation of business leaders. Nigeria is blessed with a good climate for agriculture and abundant natural resources. Diplomats have two eyes. One is to watch his home country. The other is to watch his host country. Even though I have been in Nigeria only for 5 months, I see its challenges and opportunities. Security is mentioned, the major challenge, but I want to look deeper. The fundamental cause for the insecurity that Nigeria is facing now, I think, is due to first, climate change, second, population explosion. The Sahara Desert is expanding southward, causing chain reactions, water and food shortage, displacement of people in every direction, and communal conflict and fighting. At the same time, the world is moving in the direction of an environment-friendly economy, which is affecting negatively Nigeria. So the challenge is how to diversify its economy away from oil and gas, particularly how to revitalize agriculture and manufacturing. As the number 5 importer of oil, as the number 3 importer of gas in the world, Korea will move to a carbon neutral economy by 2050. President Moon Jae-in declared such a vision at the P4G summit held in Seoul last month and promised to deepen cooperation with developing countries in the area of forestry and biodiversity. In sum, we have to consider climate change real and accordingly prepare for the coming fundamental change of economic structure when we still have time. The rate of population increase exceeding that of economic growth is causing massive problems as well in terms of family saving, education, employment, youth anger, and frustration. It is a political issue. It is a religious issue. It is even a family issue. But I want to repeat what President Obasanjo mentioned. Nigeria's population was 120 million in 2000. During the last 20 years, 80 million was added, which is more than total population of France. It is a huge challenge for any government to feed, educate, employ 80 million more people. I saw a report which projects Nigeria will become the most populous country, surpassing China and India. I cannot predict whether it will be a blessing or disaster, but it's better to think about sooner rather than later. Regarding opportunities for Nigeria, as I said, I see great business mind in many Nigerians. I also see creativity in them. Ole Soyinka, Chinua Achebe are household names even in Korea. Nollywood is booming, while in the area of music, fashion, design, and sports, many are moving fast and upward, not only in Africa, but also in the global market. Promising startups like Europe TV, Konga.com spring up. Nigerian diaspora is highly educated and successful, particularly in the United States. Nigeria is also producing many great leaders on the international stage, such as Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala at WTO, Amina Mohamed at UN, Akinwumi Adesina at AFDB, Bankole Adeoye at African Union. In addition, Nigerians are optimistic, warm-hearted, and tolerant. In that, I see similarities between Nigerians and Koreans. Dear all, before closing, let me stress that Korea takes Nigeria seriously, as it is the biggest economy in Africa, as well as the diplomatic giant in Africa and beyond. Korea and Nigeria are great partners for the mutual benefit, as well as for the global peace and prosperity. Korea is among only a few countries that are operating 5 government agencies in Nigeria. In Abuja, it operates the embassy, the Korean Cultural Center, and the KOICA. In Lagos are located the consulate office and KOCHRA, which is Trade and Investment Promotion Agency. As a development agency, KOICA is heavily supporting Nigeria's educational sector by building a model school in Abuja with a budget of more than 15 million US dollars. It also provides full scholarship programs to more than 10 Nigerian youth every year. I am here with the KCC Director, Mr. Lee, whose job is to softly nudge Nigerians to love the Korean culture. KCC is working hard as well to introduce Nigerian culture to Korea in the belief that cultural cooperation is for mutual and genuine understanding between our two great peoples. Finally, let me convey my sincere congratulations to all the winners of the National School Entrepreneurship Award. I wish them good luck for their future adventure into business. On behalf of my delegation, including my wife, I would like to express our deep appreciation to Sage Nigeria and the Presidential Library for treating me like brothers here in Abeokuta, capital of the great Ogun State. Thank you for your attention. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Kim Yong-chai. We appreciate you, the Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to Nigeria. Let's appreciate him once again, please. So it would interest you to know that this is actually Mr. Kim Yong-chai's 3rd ambassadorial position in Africa. So before now, he has served as the ambassador of the Republic of Korea to 2 African countries, South Africa and Liberia and Libya. So since the ambassador's arrival in Nigeria, he often emphasizes, just like he did today, on the importance and the need for Nigeria to engage in regional and international cooperation to tackle the present development problems. And just like he also said rightly today, it is important we promote unity in diversity for progress, for the progress of Nigeria. We appreciate all that the Korean government is doing for young Nigerian students. We appreciate you. So I'll be calling on Uche to handle the next program.
Good afternoon once again. So we are moving over to the next phase of this event, which is the competitions and then getting to meet the teams. Over the past few days, we've had teams from all over the country showcasing their innovative business ideas, trying to make the judges believe that they have done well for the year. And it is time that we get to meet the students and see if truly what they've done, how good is it, and finally, who gets to become the 2021 Sage National Champions and would earn the right to represent Nigeria at the 2021 Sage Global World Cup. I'll be inviting the chairman, Sage Nigeria, Mr. Agu Amugu, to officially give us the news we've all been waiting for of the top 3 best teams that have made it to the finals. Mr. Amogu, a very big round of applause for him as he comes to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time the students have been waiting for is here. We are here for the students, and I think all the students know once you participate in the program, you're already a winner. We are all winners. We de-emphasize people worrying over coming first, second, or third. From experience, we have seen that the most important thing is for you to participate effectively. And once you participate, you're already a winner. The idea of the competition is simply for you to benchmark for the kids in Anambra to see what the kids in Lagos are doing, the kids in Lagos to see what the kids in Abuja is doing. That's the main essence of benchmarking. But right away, in no order of position, we're going to call on the 4 best teams over the year 2020-21 stage year. We had about 250 active entries, and we invited 9 teams to participate due to the security challenges we have in the country, and also to observe the necessary COVID protocol. So I will call on one of the teams. Please, this is not the result, but we want you to come and present to on the big stage. So I want to call on the great team. It's a very great team. It has represented Nigeria in several occasions, and a World Cup winner in 2016 in Philippines. The great Amazon Stage team of Government Girls Secondary School, Abuja. You come on stage and showcase what you have. Please, this is not announcement of results, I emphasize. So we have the top 4 to present. Come on stage, Amazon.
The amazing Amazons, you have 30 minutes. The amazing Amazons from Government Girls Secondary School, Abaji. You may now begin your presentation.
Do you know that only 500,000 units of blood were collected from both private and public sources in 2019? And at that time of the survey, blood need in Nigeria was estimated to be 4.5 million units. Do you also know that 90% of death in Nigeria can be prevented with just a blood donation? Let me ask you a question here. Have you lost a dear one because he or she lost lots of blood because there was no nearby blood banks or hospitals? Maybe yes. Just imagine that a great nation like Nigeria contributes the second largest share to maternal or child death rate in the world. We were shocked to find out that hemorrhages kill more pregnant women every year than any other complication apart from preeclampsia, high blood pressure.
Don't worry, we got you covered.
Good day, distinguished judges, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen. We are the amazing Amazons, young women entrepreneurs from Government Girls Secondary School, Abaji, Abuja. We are here to present a summary of our innovation this stage. According to the stage business judging criteria, my name is Amako Aishat. And presenting with me here are
Ogabo Ella.
Matthew Favor.
Criterion 1,
innovation and creativity.
Malaria patients, especially children. Sickle cell patient, cancer patient. Victims of terror attacks and many others. End up needing blood at different times as well. Believe it or not, blood is a big deal. As young entrepreneurs, we understand that anywhere there are problems, there must be opportunity for those who provide solutions to help address the challenges in the blood demand and supply value chain. We started the Amazon's Lifeline. Amazon's Lifeline is a healthcare technology and logistics company focused on connecting hospitals to blood banks to donors.
We host an innovative enterprise-level mobile and web application solution for hospitals, blood donors, and patients. Amazon's Lifeline makes our clients and users enjoy convenient blood donations and delivery on time, and best quality work and product at their locations. We are in the business of saving lives. We believe that no Nigerian should die from a shortage of blood at the hospital. The Amazon's Lifeline app is available for download from the Google Play Store and the iTunes App Store. Download, sign up, or utilize the app either as users, donors, or hospital agents. If you are online, visit www.amazonslifeline.com.ng or download the app on iTunes or Google Play Store. Our short-term goal, 1 to 2 years, is to move at least 500 units of blood, engage 500 donors, 50 hospitals, and save 500 lives.
Criterion 2, sustainable business practices and social impact. Amazon's Lifeline business model guarantees sustainability as online and paperless business. Our team is currently training 57 girls who are survivors of fistula, vaginal fistula, VVF, acute acquisition in tailoring, leatherwork, bead making, hairdressing, and knitting. We believe that this will put smiles on the faces of our beneficiaries, which is a source of joy for my team and I. In addition, we collaborated with the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, and Abuja's Enterprise Agency, AEA, to carry out a 3-day orientation workshop on artisan training and entrepreneurship. This we did as part of our social responsibility to our community.
Meeting the same judging criteria, we were careful enough to meet the U.S. Sustainable Development Goals are helping to end maternal mortality, poverty, decent work and economic growth, industry innovation and infrastructure, reduce inequalities among countries, ensure sustainable consumption and global partnership, thereby making us to meet the U.S. Sustainable Development Goal 1, 2, 3, 8, 13, and 17. Through our app, hospitals and clients are also informed of government policies, programs, and subsidies in the health value chain. Our enterprise has also helped reduce debt, among others.
Criterion 3.
Business operations.
We recognize the fact that having a great business idea is only the first step in the journey to raising your business enterprise. Each week, our business team meets to provide status updates towards our business. We review priorities to enable us accomplish the tasks needed to meet our team goals and objectives, supported with our action plans. We have successfully turned our great ideas into great money-making ventures through our sales and marketing strategy, just as you can see on our projected financial statement. Revenue windows include 20% commission on all blood deliveries to hospitals completed on our platforms, advertisements, trainings, and workshops.
Our business, though very young, has shown great potentials as we are on the path to making great profits. Our projected annual profit is put at 1,200,000 naira, with a potential of doubling that profit by the end of 2022. Details of our financial statement is embedded on our annual report. Our mode of operation is quite simple. All users need to do is to log into our app, either online or via our app platform, and make requests for blood of any group or type.
Our team is well structured with our management team as follows. The President CEO, who monitors our business activities and presides our Board of Directors meeting. Vice President Human Resources, who maintains or oversees our company documents and supervises department staff. Vice President Marketing, coordinates development of marketing strategies and conducts sales training. Vice President Finance, she receives, disburses fund, and maintains financial record. Corporate Secretary, who files company data and coordinates publishing of annual reports.
Criterion 4.
Succession plan.
As a team, we have come to understand the importance of having a good succession plan. In every stage, we recruit students from senior secondary 1 to senior secondary 3. Positions like that of the president, secretary, and project manager go to the non-graduating students. And more importantly, in the beginning of every stage, our team runs a 2-week training session to ensure that all members, both old and new, are inclined with the SAGE criteria and team vision.
We work as a team, and that is why, for every project, we have more than 3 team members allocated to each team. There's a big market visibility in the health sector, especially blood donation, and that's why we're giving more attention to this lucrative industry.
As a team and enterprise, our policies are in line with the global business practice. The hospitals, donors, and other sales agents on our platform knows the amount we charge our users. It is an open commission rate. They're in full control of the market, making them trust us and ready to go all the way with us. Registration for hospitals, donors, and users on our platform is free. What more can we say? Please listen to these short testimonies also on our YouTube channel.
I want to appreciate this opportunity to stand this afternoon to testify. I've benefited from this app, Amazing Amazon. My sister was sick. We went around looking for blood. We couldn't get it until only told us to go and visit the Amazing Amazon. They have the app. When I went to the app, I saw it. In the hospital, I was able to get blood from the blood bank. And it helped my sister. Today is back to life. It didn't die. I can't thank people. People are wonderful. The whole world helped me to join and pray this Amazing Amazon. They are wonderful. I can't thank you enough.
And in conclusion, ICT might have made the world a small global village, but we were able to make it a big and profitable marketplace for us and our target audience, making the SAGE year our most profitable year. Let's leave you with the words of President Muhammadu Buhari. I quote, "Nigeria is yet to adopt innovative ways to protect the poor and vulnerable populations against financial risk of ill health. It is important to guarantee by law the right to health care of all citizens in Nigeria." End of quote.
And that is what we have been able to achieve. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Amazing Amazon, for that wonderful presentation. You can.
Thank you.
Another round of applause for the Amazing Amazons. May we call the next team, a very strong team also. The team won the 2020 Sage National Competition. That is to mean it is a reigning national champion. May I call on Sense Box Sage team of Marist College, Yangoji. Please be fast, be fast.
Sense Box team from Marist College, Yangoji. You may now begin your presentation.
activity as content. Second, SAS is saying according to all secondary schools in the area for the monitoring network is provided. It is designed to enable schools to learn. This is very important. Not very much of the time growing up because of only schools is like 200,000 naira. Interested and you take a lot of 5,000 naira and you still pay for this answer. Send it to the
As you can see, speaking by the our team has set 4 sustainable delivery, which are S3, O9, O11, as well as private business operations.
We operate smart business operations, which also allows us to articulate different value propositions. That's how effective marketing and customer care. Our business product, which is B2B business product, where provided services leading to government agencies for data license procedure. Access to the
We don't take consideration and provide very, very valuable, not making competition. Customers can also get the outright purchase system. The customer gets the money from 2 million for the human rights. Currently, there are no business in Nigeria offering everybody money. Our strategy and offer consumer financial packages for low-income households and organizations.
It's why I in the market and reaching out through various online platforms like websites, Instagram, Facebook, everything about participating in innovation and developing corporate. All of our biggest strategies are reaching out potential customers.
As indicated on an online financial statement, our projected revenue is 10 million naira. And our projected expenditure is 4 million naira. This is done with gross profit of 6 million naira, and this indicates a sustainable system of 50% for your work.
We are creating a tool that sustains business management structure, which enables credibility and efficiency and sustainability.
Our succession plan is organic. These are made up of students from all aspects and participate actively in the running of the business. And also with equal continuous training. These directors yearly fitness transition and project continuity. We are in a enterprise with a vision to provide clean air for all and this is strategy. Providing the right content that are driven by integrity, delivery passion, and the most accessible experience.
As we bring our presentation to a conclusion, it is clear that we have shown that we have you are seeing that the center of accomplish all state-level criteria and develop all sustainable development.
You have seen there is a special place for content using technology to make our country and content a better place for.
When our life we're having lecture, we want our life we know how to guys. Good. That's why
I'm blessed.
we see challenges in our community.
Stage team, please. All right, call on the next team. Stage team from Omax Secondary School, Lagos. The next set stage team. A round of applause.
What? Boys, I'm playing a video. I just use your mic for the speaker. Is that the first thing? Is the video the first thing you're playing?
What a democratic oath. I know that I will do my best to serve humanity. Therefore, to see, for us to serve and pray and suffer. It's out of God. End of this. Bear in mind that it was
OTC, over-the-counter medicine, is sometimes referred to as a responsible self-medication to distinguish this from the practice of purchasing and using prescription medicine without a doctor's prescription. This latter is responsible, inappropriate, and potentially dangerous self-prescription. WSMI, World Self-Medication Industry, in 1970, with an objective to stress for the worldwide regulatory classification of medicinal products into prescribed and non-prescribed products. He also, with the aid of WHO, World Health Organization, and FIP, International Pharmaceutical Federation, has spread awareness and created General Assembly to educate the people on the dangers of self-medication.
Now, let us talk about ways we can stop self-medication. There are so many ways that we can stop it, but the first step lies in your hands. You need to stop buying unprescribed medicine and create awareness about the cause. However, talk about some simple ways that we can stop self-medication. We need to stop buying unprescribed, and also we need to create awareness about the cause on social media. So we need drug authorities like NDLEA to create rules for people to buy drugs only on a prescription basis. And finally, pharmacists must be educated on the consequences of selling unprescribed medicine to consumers.
Criterion 1, creativity
Creativity
and
and
innovation. Playing our own part as the main drivers of change. As the popular saying goes, be the change you want to see. End of quote. With the prevalence of irresponsible self-medication being high all over the world, consumers try reaching for self-care products to help treat common health problems such as fever, body pains, cough, diarrhea, vomiting, indigestion, and upper respiratory tract infections, probably because they consider it easier, more cost-effective, time-saving, and the case may seem just too trivial to them to necessitate making appointments with a medical practitioner. And in other cases, there may be few or no other option. We have made this a challenge to fix this self-medicating problem by introducing MedSet. You may all be wondering what MedSet is all about. Well, MedSet was coined out of two strong words, medicine and mindset. We stand for the change we aim at achieving. Change the mindset of Nigerians towards self-medication with a simple application that grants direct access to medical practitioners. Our project will be working hand in hand with on-call doctors who will be attending to outpatient requests and inquiries at any point in time. MedSet will have representation in various phases of medicine that is currently suffering from abuse with respect to drug usage and application. That is, MedSet will have representation in various aspects of medicine, ranging from cardiology, general medicine, gynecology, and even pediatrics. With a simple short USSD code, you can get access to qualified doctors for as low as 50 to 100 naira. You heard me, 50 to 100 naira per dial, which will create a database for reference purposes. Immediately after this, you will get a link to a WhatsApp group of doctors who will attend to any problem a patient tables out. What this will help to achieve is the eradication for the assumption that you know what the problem is, probably due to similar symptoms for previous problems. However, there will be a prescribed medication and a follow-up process to check progress and give advice for cases requiring both physical and medical attention.
Criterion 2, social impact. The adverse consequence of self-medication should be emphasized to the communities and steps to curb it. MedSet is set to actualize the aim of curbing the rise of self-medication in our communities and nation at large. With MedSet, using numerous campaign programs like visiting marketplaces, creating awareness on social media, and getting other medical stakeholders involved will impact a large number of populace, both in rural and urban areas of Nigeria. Improved knowledge and understanding about self-medication may result in rational ease and thus limit emerging microbial resistance issues. The introduction of MedSet, which sole aim is not just to bring light to dangers of self-medication, but also provide solution by making it easy to reach medical practitioners who will readily respond to any medical complaint and prescribe the appropriate medication.
Potential benefits of our MedSet firstly on individual level. 1. An active role in his or her own health care. 2. They will be able to seek adequate and correct medical diagnosis. 3. Convenience. That is, it doesn't matter where the patient is, he or she can reach the doctor via chat, and many more.
Also, at the community level, MedSet helps reduce pressure on medical services where healthcare personnel are insufficient. And also, MedSet helps to detect outbreaks of disease easily.
Working in line with the United Nations 2030 goals, our business will meeting the following sustainable development goals, which will be shown right on the screen.
Criterion 3, business
operations.
Our hierarchical mode of placement helps us to achieve our business aims and objectives. We have the lead position as the president, who is a senior student, followed by the vice president, who is in a lower class. We also have positions like the treasurer, the assistant treasurer, the public relations officer, and the general secretary. Having a good organizational structure makes it easy for us to achieve our long-term set goals. Now, while the roles that I have mentioned are specialized and distinct, our operations also include making sure that this specialization does not stop us from functioning as a unit. So we created a WhatsApp book to carry everybody along while operating the business.
Social media platforms like Instagram and Facebook has been created to create more awareness of this scheme, as well as writing to NIMR, National Institute of Medical Research, and the Medical Association of Nigeria, all utilized both calling for partnership and promoting the importance of this scheme. Upholding key cultural values might be hard to track. Maintaining compliance with certain regulation can be ethic due to youthful exuberance. Therefore, our SAGE coordinators, teachers, and parents serve as our background role to guide us in our operation.
Criterion 4, likelihood that the business will continue. Our succession plan based on an organizational structure, which was carefully and intentionally placed according to hierarchy in class. With this, there is every likelihood of continuity. This is a fact. The reason is not far-fetched. We have the highest and lowest positions, that is lead and assisted positions, ranging across the 6 classes of the secondary school system. That is from the senior secondary class 3 to junior secondary class 1. You may all be wondering as to how these positions were picked. Of course, we follow the precedents set by our predecessors who are now in the higher institutions. Elections are usually conducted before every state competition, and offices assumed at the beginning of a session. This was strategically designed not to disturb the senior students who will be writing their examinations after the stage competition. It is the responsibility of every new office holders to campaign around the school, enlightening new and existing students about SAGE and its relevance to them. With this, new sign-ups are welcome and celebrated into the club.
Now, judges, I urge you to pick up your phones and go to homansage.com.ng. You can go to the category, you see health there, click it, and you see the registration where you can create a database for you, and then you can choose whatever subscription plan you want, whether the silver plan, the gold plan, or the diamond plan, whichever one is convenient for you. And then you get one-on-one conversation with qualified doctors. And remember, it is confidential, so no one else can know what you're going through, just you and your doctor. Also, I would like you to listen to a recording that gave us the inspiration for this business.
We urge you to take charge of your life. Be more responsible. Say no to drug abuse. Say no to self-medication. Thank you.
Another round of applause for the team, please. May I call on the next team and the final team to present today. It's also a great team that the judges saw yesterday. May I call on the Aquaboat SAGE team of Marist College Yangoji, please. Pass.
The future of children like Amina in Kwara Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory appears to be very uncertain, as she's not sure if she'll attain the age of 5. And even if she does, her growth may be stunted and her organs underdeveloped, as she may have to contend with all kinds of illnesses through her life. There are millions of children who are like Amina.
An average of 67% of children within the age of 6 to 23 months living with their mothers do not eat food rich in iron. And 52% do not eat vitamin A rich food within a 24-hour diet recall.
We are shocked to learn that majority of households in Nigeria, about 58%, suffer from chronic or transitory food insecurity, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. In 2016, 14.3 million Nigerians were classified as undernourished. Distinguished panel of judges, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow Timpinois, I am Mavis Ogeni, the Chief Operating Officer and the lead presenter of the Aquabot Sage team of Maris College, Django Abuja. And with me on stage are
Olimbo Nyoma, President and CEO.
Rejoice Wokidi, Marketing Director.
While our multimedia specialist will be directing the graphics today.
We are a dynamic team of problem solvers. We are Team Aquabot. Criterion 1, creativity and innovation. We are not happy with the current issue of food insecurity and malnutrition in Nigeria. So we decided to do something about this big problem. Our further research and consultations exposed us to the fact that over 40% of protein intake in Nigeria is got from fish consumption. Then realized that fish, which is rich in micronutrients, zinc, iron, calcium, iodine, vitamin B12, vitamin A, fatty acids, play an instrumental role in attaining food and nutrition security.
For sure, increased fish production and consumption will contribute to the alleviating food and nutrition insecurity. Do you know that household fish consumption measured at about 13.3 kg per capita per year in Nigeria is low compared to the world's average of 20.3 kg per capita per year, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization? Nigeria is suffering from a fish supply shortfall of about 2 million metric tons. Current annual national demand is in excess of 3 million metric tons, while national production is about 1 million metric tons from all sources. That is 750,000 tons from cultural fisheries and 310,000 tons from aquaculture.
However, the role of aquaculture in Nigeria is growing as the sector is becoming economically and politically incentivized. Aquaculture, which is mostly the monoculture of large species like catfish and tilapia, is seen as a pathway through which Nigeria can close its existing fish supply demand gap. Water quality remains the most important factor affecting fish health and performance in aquaculture production systems in Nigeria. Good water quality refers to what the fish wants and not what the farmer thinks the fish wants. This means that the farmer must understand the water quality requirements of the fish under culture very well. Different fish species have their different and specific range of water quality aspects: pH, temperature, oxygen concentration, salinity, hardness, etc., which they can grow, reproduce, and survive. Disease tolerance limits: each species has its own optimum range, that is, the range at which they perform best.
It is therefore very important for fish producers to ensure that the physical and chemical components of the water remain within these optimal ranges at all times. Outside optimal ranges, fishes begin to exhibit poor growth, erratic behavior, disease symptoms, and parasitic infestations. Under extreme cases, or where these poor conditions are prolonged for a period of time, fish mortality may occur. It is the aim of good management to control the water conditions to yield the best condition for the fishes under culture at all times. For fish producers to maintain ideal pond water quality conditions, they must first understand the physical and chemical components that contribute to good or bad water quality.
Our research shows that majority of fish farmers in Nigeria rely on guesswork to determine water stability for their stocked fishes. This practice, we observed, at best costs them more to raise a fish to an average stable weight of 1 kg. The fishes take long time, consume more, and at times remain stunted at growth, thereby leading to lower market price for the fish farmers. A lot of fish farmers have to quit fish farming because of lack of profitability due to poor management. This situation directly affects our national fish production capacity, as well as the food and nutrition security, thereby leading to the currently unacceptable level of child malnutrition.
As smart and dynamic teampreneurs, we saw the opportunity to help solve the national problem, make impact, and ultimately make money. The huge question we had to crack was how do we help fish farmers to improve water quality monitoring and management so as to improve yields and profits? This we know surely help to close the existing demand supply gap of fish and reduce malnutrition in children's life. Data and statistics on water quality are critical to guide farmers to make responses that are needed to address the challenges caused by poor water quality. Lack of availability of portable local quality real-time monitoring and warning devices in the market is also a huge need that must be met. The drive to solve this huge problem, our team had several weeks of brainstorming and training before we arrived at solutions, utilizing our deep knowledge of Internet of Things IoT technology. We designed a smart water quality monitoring device we tagged
Aquabot. Aquabot is a water quality monitoring system for smart aquaculture that describes water quality parameters such as pH, turbidity, salinity, and temperature. Aquabot water quality monitoring system for smart aquaculture is designed to help fish farmers monitor and control their fishes in the pond much more easily than before. This device helps fish farmers understand more about water quality parameters that is needed for their fishes. It is equipped with an early warning detection system that enables fish farmers become more proactive in water quality management. Aquabot relays vital information via electronic devices such as the mobile phones and computers in a format that is very easy to interpret. It triggers a loud alarm and an instant notification is sent via SMS and email to the fish farmers if water quality goes extremely below norm.
The Aquabot will significantly enhance the productivity of fish ponds because users can always monitor and maintain the level of water quality suitable for the fish in the pond at all times. The Aquabot is set to revolutionize smart aquaculture management. It is going to make smart water quality monitoring readily accessible for both big and small fish farmers. This will increase the farmers' yield and profitability, translating to a drastic reduction in the existing supply-demand gap of fish and child malnutrition.
Criterion 2.
Social impact.
As socially responsible team, we are constantly pursuing delivering real impact in our community. And we are sad that about 7% of children in the age of 6 to 23 months living in their mothers do not eat food rich in iron and vitamin A rich foods. This resulted into over 2 million children being malnourished in Nigeria. To further help address these challenges, we created the Fish for Life campaign, whose aims are 1. To help increase annual per capita consumption of fish in Nigeria. 2. To increase their awareness of the nutritional value of fish. 3. To help increase the profitability for fish farmers. 4. To increase the viability of fish value chain. And 5. To reduce malnutrition in children's life.
To achieve these goals, we organize awareness workshops for students and teachers in our schools and schools in our communities. We reach out to pregnant women to inform them about the importance of fish for themselves and their babies. We also utilize social media platforms such as Facebook and Instagram as well as an awareness workshop for interaction. We are happy to say that in the last 2 months, we have directly impacted about 20 local fish farmers, 50 pregnant women, and 1,000 students and their teachers. We have so far donated 50 kilograms of fish to vulnerable homes in Kwale Area Council through our Donate a Fish initiative. We intend on providing weekly fish nutrition to about 20 vulnerable homes by December 2021.
Ladies and gentlemen, you too can be a part of this noble initiative by going to our social media platform and website www.hakivia.com.ng. Make your donation or volunteer to become a resource person in our next workshop near you or virtual. To measure our impact, we adopted the pre and post analysis as well as the authentic assessment. We have received positive feedbacks from our school management, our workshop participants, as well as the early adopters of our school projects. Our project met SDG 3, Goal 9, Goal 11, as well as Goal 13.
Criterion 3, business operations. We operate an integrated sales and marketing strategy, which helps us identify and streamline our target customers, articulate potent value proposition, as well as effective strategies of selling our goods and services to them. Our target customers are big and small agriculture farmers, particularly fish farmers. Our unique articulate potent value proposition is more effective aquaculture management system, which reduces the cost of growing fishes. Maintaining the right water quality conditions, as we all know, allows at least 45% reduction in the amount of liquid needs to grow a fish to maturity.
Our value propositions to customers includes improved water quality data analytics, insights, and better understanding. Our business model is anchored on providing water quality monitoring services to aquaculture farmers. We have two plans our customers can choose from. The first one is Pay As You Go plan, where we install our devices on the pond only for a specified period of time that is required to grow a fish to a certain desirable milk ready weight. The farmers do not own this device, but they receive daily information on water conditions of their ponds, on their phones or laptops. Our minimum subscription period is typically for 3 months and costs about 50,000 naira. This is ideal for small farmers who will provide the consumer financing options, like allowing them pay 20% down payment and pay off the balance when they sell off the fishes. Option 2 is mainly for bigger farmers who decide to set up their own water quality management system. They pay one-off fee, buy and own their aquaculture devices installed in their ponds.
Our strategy is to create devices that are effective and aesthetic with friendly pricing for fish farmers. We would reach our potential customers through digital marketing, utilizing Instagram, Facebook, and websites. We organize free workshops for fish farmers on the importance of water quality management. We exhibit at farmers markets, as well as agricultural expos and conferences. As shown in our income and expenditure statement, our business has high market viability. Our projected revenue for year one is 13 million naira, while our total expenditure is 6 million naira. Our projected profit for year one will be 7 million naira. As forerunners in water quality management, we would always be on top of our customers' needs by getting regular feedbacks from them as we work with them to improve their farm management.
We operate a democratic structure where members vie for identified position of responsibilities. Our team is made up of students from junior secondary 1 to senior secondary 2. The deliberate composition of our team guarantees us smooth leadership succession and continuity of all business and projects.
Very honorable panel of judges, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my fellow Timpinois, as we close our presentation, we have no doubt in our minds that we have clearly shown to you that we are a dynamic and an energetic team of problem solvers with innovative solutions and viable business model. We have shown our commitment to changing the ugly food and nutrition insecurity in Nigeria.
We have shown how we have clearly met all state judging criteria and fulfilled 4 sustainable development goals.
We have shown our strong desire and commitment to making our continent a better place using emerging technology.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have not warned you.
We really have not warned you.
We have not warned you that we are in need for disruption.
Yes, we disrupt. We disrupt the status quo. We are Team Aquabot.
Thank you.
Very beautiful presentation from the team from Marist College, Yangoji, FCT Abuja. Progressing with the event, I would love to welcome the National Programs Director, Sage Nigeria, Ms. Chinenye Ude, to take off with the awards presentation section of this event. A round of applause for her as she approaches the stage.
Standing on the existing protocol, I'll say good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the program. With not wasting time, we'll delve into the award presentations. We always say that so far you have participated in the SAGE program, you are already a winner. So I want to congratulate all the students, teachers, and mentors who have worked hard throughout the year to make sure that this program is a success. Starting with the first award presentation. Are you ready? The best innovative business project goes to Maris College, Yangoji, Sensebox. And the dignitary that will be presenting this award is the Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos, Professor Oluwatoyin Temi Tayo Ogundipa. Hi. The Hakivia Sage team, the team innovatively created a smart device that has the ability to sense and report air quality situation in the environment in real time. With the Sensebox, air quality management has been made as accessible, healthy, cost-effective, and a great action-driven move in Nigeria. It is the kind of healthy innovation in Nigeria and in the world that needs to see. The next presentation, Best Social Enterprise Business Project. And I'll call on the Minister of Education, ably represented by Mrs. Makinde, the Director of Education, Science and Technology, to present this award. Okay, and I'll call, okay, she's here, please. The award goes to the Government Girls Secondary School, Abaji, the Amazon Life Bank. The next presentation, the Best Environmental Sustainable Project. And this award will be presented by Ms. Kazik, Mrs. Hadiza, representing the Executive Director of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. The winner of this award goes to the Hakivia Sage team of Maris College, Yangochi, Aquabot. Moving on to the next award, the Best Impact-Driven Project. The Best Impact-Driven Project. And this award will be presented by the Assistant Director Smethan, Mrs. Ola Bimpe Falewa, who is representing the DG, Director General of Smethan. And the award goes to the Homat Group School, the Homat Group of Schools, Lagos. The MedSet team of Homat School, Lagos. Moving on to the next award, the Best Education Project. This project will be presented by the Vice Chancellor, Bells University, Professor Jeremiah O. Ojindere. And the winner of this presentation is the Talking Book by Homat Group of Schools, Lagos. Talking Book. Sir, please, we want you to stay and present the next award, please. No, don't worry. Okay. I'm done already. The next award, the Best Social Impact Project Award. Okay. University of Calabar International Demonstration Secondary School, the Smart Mental Health Device and App. Moving on to the next award, the Best Entrepreneurship Project, Agro Hub. This award will be presented by the Acting Secretary for Education, FCT Secretariat Administration, Mr. Abdurazak Ola Ramo. Moving on to the next presentation, the Most Sustainable Health Impact Project, the MedWeber. To present this award is the Acting Managing Director of the Abuja Enterprise Agency, Mr. Shehu Abdulkadiri. Divine Ray Breaches School, Obosi, Anambra. The next award, the best market viable technology solution, goes to the Credal International College, Ondo State, the Orin Sage team. The project is Electrohydrate Jack. And to present this award still is Mr. Shehu Abdulkadiri. Thank you. So the dance. The dance.
A distinguished personality just stepped in while the award presentation was going on. I would like to recognize the presence of the Executive Governor of Ogun State, Prince Dapo Abiodun, who is ably represented by Professor Joseph Sunday Odemoyiwa, the Special Advisor to the Governor on Technical Education, Ogun State. Let's make welcome our Governor. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome.
And back to the awards. The next award is the 2021 Sage Advisor of the Year. And this award goes to Mr. Roman Aye, the Sage Advisor of Maris College Yangoji. And the awards will be presented by Mr. Chinedu, the MD CEO, Heroes Securities. The next award goes to the Sage Mentor of the Year. And this award goes to Mr. Orok Daniels. And to present this award is the Director, FCT, Mrs. Lanre Emejen. Come and give her the award.
Tensions are high. Everybody's praying. We are gradually getting to the end of the event. But before we proceed to know the champions of the 2021 National School Entrepreneurship Exhibition and Awards, it will be my pleasure to welcome the team from African Grammar School, Abeokuta, to present a very short cultural interlude before we proceed to announcing the final results of the competition. In the same vein, University of Calabar International Demonstration Secondary School should stand along. Thank you. Thank you to the team from African Grammar School, Abeokuta. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the team from African Grammar School, Abeokuta. While we are waiting to know who the winners of this competition is, it will be my pleasure to welcome on stage the Permanent Secretary, Federal Capital Territory Administration, representing the Minister of State for Education. We have Dr. Adewale Adenike to give us his address.
Daddy, the father of our nation, I never thought I'll be in a position where I'll be addressing distinguished people where Daddy will be sitting. At least, this is something I wanted to do when President Mandela was alive, but I couldn't. In your lifetime, Daddy, I'm able to address in front of you. Can you please join me to celebrate this phenomenon? Thank you so much. I call him Daddy because he's the father of all, regardless of your ethnicity, regardless of your religion, regardless of your qualification or whatever, is simply Daddy for all. It's a global phenomenon. No wonder they say he's Daddy of Africa as well. I would like to crave your indulgence to allow me to stand on the existing protocol. The Honorable Minister of State for Education, Honorable Dr. Chukwuemeka Nwajuba, really wanted to be here by himself. I did not know I would be doing this until this morning. And whatever I say that is correct, please credit that one to the minister. Whatever I say that is not quite correct, I take responsibility for that. I greet you all, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, especially our children, the future of this country. Our children, our future. I see a new Nigeria. I have the audacity to say I see a new Nigeria. I'm not sure if you believe that. I see a great future. Somehow, a few years, from about 5-10 years ago, I was beginning to doubt if there was going to be another Nigeria after us. But now I am convicted that Nigeria stands as one country. We are convicted to believe that these children, I was privileged to be here yesterday as one of the judges. I tell you this now, there are no winners and there are no losers because you are all winners. Creativity is not something you can just sleep and wake up with. It shows that you all have incredible cerebral capacity. I listened carefully to your presentations. I watched carefully to what you were doing. What you were doing. I'm convicted that you are going to take this nation to a different level. Stage, you are doing wonderful things. My brother, the architect of this, you've planted a seed that you may never reap from. You've planted a seed for the benefit of those coming behind you. One thing I've seen also is that Papa Obasanjo, I've been here before, I've been in this hotel, the Green Legacy, during our political journey. I'll put it that way. I stayed some nights there. I've never been in the complex. Now that I've been in the complex, I am certain that we all have a responsibility to leave something behind as a legacy after ourselves. It is not about celebrating the position we occupy now. Papa is the ex-president, so he's no longer a president. However, you can't have ex-president Obasanjo's library. It can't be ex. Look at the comfort he has provided. Look at the number of people he's employed. Look at the lives that are changing because they've got gainful employment. Look at the opportunities he has given these children. This is nothing to do with the subsisting position. It's simply saying the grace the Lord has given me, I'm going to give back to the people. My children, because you are my children, learn from this thing you are seeing around you now. The little things you are doing here, I tell you what, people are watching you. I can tell you more than nothing that you are going to greater heights. You are going to heights that are higher than our heights by the special grace of God. All I can appeal to you, government can't do this alone. If government can do it alone, Baba will not provide these premises. Baba will not provide these facilities. Because as government doesn't have a bottomless pit. It's been there. He's seen it all. I just left secondary school when Papa became the first military head of state of this country. He came to the Gambia. You won't forget, I probably is forgotten now. Mr. Ubiaja was the Nigerian High Commissioner at the Gambia at the time. That time I was a very young graduate from the UK. I was working in the Gambia, and Baba said to me, "What are you doing here?" He's 4 now. The young man, I said, "I've come to work with President Dawda Jawara." I was one of those people who built the presidential palace as a civil engineer. And he said to me, "You are needed in Nigeria." After that, I spent about 30 odd years in the UK. I couldn't find the need for coming to Nigeria. But now I know I have to be in Nigeria. If in my lifetime I'm going to make a difference and make a change, I've got to be in Nigeria. My Nigeria cannot be outside of this country. It has to be here. When I came back from Nigeria, from England, we interviewed a lot of Nigerian qualified engineers with current certificate, with Nigerian Society of Engineers certificate. But I tell you, what I've seen here in the last 24, 48 hours surpasses what I've seen in the interview rooms. I tell you that. I never knew we had crops of young children like this. I thought they were all abroad because that is where I kept my own. I kept them there because they were made there, not because they were made here and I shipped them there. Now I'm going to encourage them to come back here because this is where we belong. Sage, you are taking these children to greater heights. I want the prayer of the Honorable Minister is together we can. Let the press sector, let the public sector come together to look at the goodness in these children and invest in them heavily. Not because of money, because they can take this country to a different dimension. And that is what we are looking for. Why should a Nigerian qualified engineer be looking for work? All the jobs you apply for were created. And if you can't find a job, create one. These children are creating jobs. They are creating employment. They are influencing the economic growth of this country. And they are only kids in secondary school. How old are they? From age 11 to probably age 17 max. Or maybe some of them are age 10, I don't know. So we have a responsibility as parents and as government. So see beyond our noses and begin to see inwards. We all go outside of the shores of this country and we come back and say things are great everywhere. Those things that are great everywhere were made by man, not by spirits. Our own makers, our own inventors are here sitting with us. Let us give them a round of applause, please. Children, in your various homes, before you leave home every morning, go look in the mirror in your bathroom, in your bedroom, in your corridor, wherever the mirror is in your house. Whatever you see in that mirror, tell it you are the best. I don't know if you heard me. Whatever you see in that mirror, tell that thing you are best. And you are going to greater heights. You are going to do better than President Obasanjo ever did. That's what you should be saying to yourselves. On behalf of my minister, I congratulate you all because you're all winners. Yes, some people will take this away, but you are going to take your pride away from here. Nobody can take away your intellect from you. The way you were coordinating yourself on stage in front of ex-president, you are not even afraid. I couldn't do that at your age. I couldn't. I could only do it in front of my teacher, not in front of presidents and permanent secretaries, ministers and stuff. I couldn't do that. I must give it to you. The very top, that's where you're going. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. In the same vein, I would want to invite the Permanent Secretary, Federal Capital Territory Administration, Mr. Olushade Adeba, for his address.
Your Excellency, the former president of Nigeria, Baba Olusegun Obasanjo. I was still a junior officer in the service. Thank you, sir. For their camera will pick me and they will say I did not wear a mask, having been a regulator in the mask system. But I will tell them that I have a presidential cover to remove the mask today. Thank you very much, sir. As the saying goes, we will stand on the existing protocol because the time is fast spent. But I will not forget to acknowledge the presence of the chairman Sage, Mr. Agu Amogu, for the good job you are doing. When I received your invitation, I was given a topic to speak on. And I think having prepared for that topic, I will still try to tiptoe through the paper I presented and then leave you with the paper to pick what you want to pick there, because you are requested for the FCT experience. And it is important we talk about the FCT experience, since in the group that you have today, at least I can see 2, 3 FCT schools there. It means something good is happening there. I thank the students, and I want to start by saying that I'm indeed delighted to be here today as a guest speaker for 2 things. One, of the many trips I made to Abeokuta in Ogun State, this is the first time I'll be visiting this library. Number 2, it also affords me another opportunity after meeting with His Excellency in 1999 to also see him face to face today. Then, as an officer at a program of the office where I worked, I served in the secretariat, and I had the rare privilege to meet His Excellency. Today, I have the unique privilege not to see him, to do it the Yoruba way by doing the ballet, and also to have a handshake with His Excellency. It is indeed a good one. The topic I was given to speak on is raising the next wave of innovative leaders through entrepreneurship education, FCT case study. The story speaks for itself, as you will see. For us in the Federal Capital Territory, we have been in partnership with SAGE for quite a while. In 2008, the partnership witnessed students from Government Secondary School, Jikoi, not Yangoji, not those that were here with us today, win Entrepreneurship Global Cup. Our team emerged victorious even in competition that involves students from countries as Brazil, US, South Africa, South Korea, amongst others. I am pleased that this milestone that began from FCT in 2008 has been sustained with subsequent participating schools winning back-to-back. One of the responses towards addressing the challenge of rising unemployment, particularly among educated youth, is the promotion of multimodal education curriculum. The overarching goal of the effort is to ensure that our school system produces a total man or woman who is provided with the knowledge and skills to live a meaningful and happy life, and also contribute to the development of the society. Therefore, the introduction of entrepreneurship education in Nigeria's school system is primarily to address the missing link in the country's educational content. According to Peter F. Drucker, what we need is an entrepreneurial society in which innovation and entrepreneurship are normal, steady, and continual. There is need to create the types of environment that are conducive to encourage entrepreneurial way of thinking and innovation, competitiveness, and growth. This realization informs the increasing attention of government at various levels and international organizations, especially and SAGE, on entrepreneurship education. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, conversation like what we have today will continue to shape our future, just as you heard from the representative of Minister of Education. He was quite amazed and enthralled to see the performances posted by our students. This is because the more we promote entrepreneurship attributes in them, the better it is for us. In the Federal Capital Territory, entrepreneurial development is being accorded adequate attention, not just today, even during the regime of former President Olusegun Obasanjo, when NAPEP was the in thing. He promoted and supported NAPEP to promote entrepreneurship. We also provide a second chance to those who missed out on the early opportunities to acquire skills in their later age, either as youth or adults, irrespective of their place or domicile. But how can we make our students more innovative through entrepreneurship education? How can we sustain the efforts at raising the next wave of innovative leaders through entrepreneurship education? For us in FCT, the answer lies in the adoption of appropriate strategies driven by the following philosophy. Help students to develop self-awareness. What does this entail? Allow them to better understand how and where they best perform. That is why all the students, year in, year out, they come up with different innovations. In this way, the learners will better understand the unique contribution to innovation once they're able to see the result. Number two, we should allow them to take risks, not just to commit the study to memory, but let them practicalize what they are doing. Let them even make mistakes, but in the process, they will learn and the good part and unlearn the bad. Support their intellectual growth. Encourage them to embrace creativity, just as we are seeing here today. Challenge them to develop an innovation system. When we do this, our students will be able to be innovative and creative. The Federal Capital Territory Administration has been in the forefront of promoting the entrepreneurship education by creating an enabling environment for schools in the territory. No wonder the FCT has been featuring finalists in this program, not just one school, but multiple of schools. The Federal Capital Territory schools are encouraged to establish entrepreneurship clubs in their schools. Furthermore, it will interest us to know that of the 34 trade subjects approved by the NERDC, 22 are being offered by students in secondary schools of FCT. What is the deliverable or outcome of this effort? A major outcome is that students carry out different entrepreneurial activities that promote innovation. These innovative activities have truly been rewarding as students of FCT schools have participated in several national and international programs and won laurels. FCT Secondary School won laurel at Sage Work competition 8 times. How many times? I think we deserve an applause for that. 8 times. FCT students also won the Africa's Company of the Year competition organized by the Junior Achievement Africa. We also participate in junior engineers, technicians, and scientists, as well as the empowerment of science and technology with entrepreneurial management. So we expose the students at various levels to quality dose of entrepreneurship training. In 2014 and 2015, FCT partnered with Junior Achievement Nigeria to organize Girls Enterprise Program during the long vacations, at which over 300 teenage girls from various FTC schools actively participated in the various trade skills, such as pastry, photography, makeup artistry, guillotine, household chemicals, bead making, and computer making. As I earlier said, it is not just for those in schools. Aside the efforts to promote entrepreneurship at the schools, the FCT also provides a second chance to those that miss out on the early opportunities through the adult education program and our special purpose vehicle, the Abuja Enterprise Agency. The AEA, Abuja Enterprise Agency, for instance, supported the community in the village of Nuku Abaji Area Council in the shea butter value chain involving 250 women. Your Excellency, these women were on shea butter processing, practicing business in a socially responsible manner and proper recording. After 4 weeks of intensive training in the production of high-grade shea butter, we supported them in marketing and sales of shea butter. So we have in the exhibition hall some of the products from our entrepreneurs. We are planning to upscale their skill in other areas too. But it will interest you to know, Your Excellency, that this sample population, before they entered the business, they were earning less than $1 per day. Less than $1 per day. But For few weeks or months after this program, when another survey of household income was conducted, they were now earning $3 per day. This shows the benefit that entrepreneurship has added to them. Quickly, what has made our entrepreneurship effort successful? Few factors. One, we have intensified our effort in promoting capacity building programs. We do this through the AEA and many other sources. We also provide entrepreneurship. We also we promoted the initiatives to stimulate innovation and make entrepreneurship program a pleasant experience. And this involves entrepreneurship games and competition. For instance, during the lockdown, what was done by the Abuja Enterprise Agency, they pick up a challenge, Mask Up Abuja, and invited people in fashion design to develop face masks. The initiative was to address the very scarce face mask, the scarcity of face masks that was prevalent then. And about 900 fashion designers signed up for this competition. During this period, we provided for our hospital and schools over 50,000 face masks made by our entrepreneurs. We supported them with funds, and some of them have continued in business. They have diversified from face masks and are now actively engaged. Another factor that has made success is promoting Entrepreneurs Club in our schools. That is encouraging these students to join Entrepreneurs Club. I believe all the ones that made presentation today belong to one Entrepreneurs Club or the other. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency. The foregoing are some of the strategies we have adopted to inculcate the culture of excellence and innovation. Innovation does not stop at being innovative, but also adopt innovative solutions. We encourage our MSMEs to leverage on the many technological solutions such as e-commerce, e-payment solutions, retailing software, productivity tools, and many others. It is my sincere hope that this remark will stimulate high quality, high interest, and elicit many recommendations into how to promote entrepreneurship. Let me close my remarks with a quote on innovation by Stephen Jeffs. He says, and I quote, "Innovation is the unrelenting drive to break the status and develop anew where few have dared to go." I enjoyed the presentation and innovation made by the students that made presentation today. And for us in the FCT, it has indeed been a pleasure to share some of our experiences with you. I thank you all for listening, and God bless our nation.
We can do better than that. Before I welcome the next speaker, I would want to plead with everyone that will be speaking. For the want of time, we'll be giving the speaker 5 minutes. Let's make welcome the executive representative of the Director General, Small Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria, Dr. Kurada, ably represented by the Assistant Director, Mrs. Olabimpe Fawale.
Good evening, everyone. I equally won't stand on existing protocols because of time. However, I would like to specially greet Baba Ojoyin Atumbo Dalesa. My DG is unavoidably absent today in person of Dr. Diko Umar Rada, but I have his speech here to read to us. In his words, he said, "It is indeed with joy and delight that I'm part of this auspicious occasion of the SAGE 2021 National School Entrepreneurship Exhibition and Awards. As we are all aware, MSME development is panacea for economic growth, employment creation, and poverty reduction in any economy. It is of great importance that the spirit of entrepreneurship be inculcated into our children across board, ranging from primary to tertiary institutions. As an agency saddled with the sole responsibility of developing the MSME subsector of the Nigerian economy, we indeed acknowledge the fact that the MSME space is vast and cannot be single-handedly filled without the complementary efforts of private and public sectors who are interested and passionate about MSME development in Nigeria. It is against this backdrop that the agency is collaborating with SAGE Nigeria. The agency has been in collaboration with SAGE for over a decade now to develop and nurture the right entrepreneurship mindset in our secondary school students and position them for future competitiveness. Nevertheless, the agency's assistance and support for student entrepreneurship in Nigeria is not limited to SMIDA-SAGE collaboration. There are so many other veritable platforms that the agency is using to promote student competitiveness and involvement in economic growth. In SMIDA, we have the Student Entrepreneurship Program, we have the Tertiary Institution Entrepreneurship Development Program, we have the SMIDA Talent Hunt, we have one local government, one product, and also the National Business Skills Development Initiative. I am glad to inform us that from the 2021 appropriation, all these programs that are studied, Ogun State is one of the states that will benefit from all of these programs. It is our hope that more schools and MSMEs will take advantage of the foregoing programs of SMIDA and also other government, federal government initiatives to become better persons and better entrepreneurs. In conclusion, I want to use this opportunity to congratulate all schools that have made it to this level and also assure all stakeholders present, especially SAGE Nigeria, that SMIDA is committed to continuous support towards ensuring we achieve the robust MSME subsector that we all dream of in the area of job creation, wealth creation, and poverty alleviation. I wish all of us journey mercies back to our respective destinations. Thank you all, and God bless.
Thank you very much, ma'am. In the same vein, let's make welcome the Vice Chancellor, Bells University, Professor Jeremiah O. Odediran.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me stand or embrace the existing protocol while I recognize our promoter, our proprietor, the proprietor of Bells University of Technology, OTA, the Baba of Africa, Baba Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, JCFR. We want to say from Bells that we appreciate you. We thank you for all you are doing, challenging us to do better all the time. The representative of the Honorable Minister, while speaking, mentioned the fact that Baba was leaving a legacy behind. And that's exactly what he's been doing all along. He continuously and continually challenges the Bells University of Technology to produce a Nobel laureate while he's still on the soil of this earth. We are working very much towards that. Just quite recently, he gave us a big surprise. And that is one of his ways of encouraging young ones to move forward. He said the first class students and the best be given full scholarship from BSc to to PhD level in University of Technology. We want to openly appreciate you for this. We have started that with a very lump sum of money to ensure that that continues perpetually. And in his words, he says, even after my demise, this must continue. Baba, we are sincerely and very grateful for this. The Honorable Minister couldn't have said it better. You hit the nail on the head. The SAGE has been doing very well, granting our children entrepreneurial mindset. And that is the way to go. That is the way Nigeria must go if we must excel, if we must be in the Committee of Nations. So SAGE, you have thoughtfully put this together, is highly commendable. Very focused effort. I'm glad in the last 15 years been doing this, and you've won it 8 times. Want to commend you and ask that you put in more effort, while we also, on our part, will continue to back you up. One of our thoughts in BELS is that technology is the way to go. Whatever we do in these days, technology is the backbone. And Nigeria must step up in this area. Let me take us a little back the memory lane. This is a bit sad. How many of us remember the Tenka colleges? Tenka colleges. Tenka colleges were there. And that was something we should have worked on with. That's the way to produce technically oriented young ones. I think we need to go back that way, that route again, such that those who are in technical colleges will upgrade to the university level. Technology is the best way to go, and we want to encourage that. That's on the national scale. I'm glad that the representative of the governor is here. I want to encourage Ogun State, particularly, that our technical colleges should be revitalized. We should bring them up again and encourage them. That's the best way to go. Now, university, we encourage hands-on experience. Hands-on experience. We have the student work experience program, which develops them right from the university to value addition projects when they graduate. Artificial intelligence is another way to go. And I'm glad that yesterday, quite a number of those who did presentations here had something to do with an application, computerized application on what they have done. That is the way to go. Nigeria must move forward. We must move forward by ensuring that artificial intelligence is applied all over in all our endeavors. Once again, let me commend SAGE and Chief Agu for putting this. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Lastly, I would want to invite the representative of the Executive Governor of Ogun State, His Excellency Prince Dapo Abiodun, ably represented by Professor Joseph Sunday Odemu, Special Advisor to the Governor on Technical Education, Ogun State.
Our Baba, the father of Africa and the pride of Ogun State. It is my pleasure to stand before you this evening to represent His Excellency, the Governor of Ogun State, Prince Dapo Abiodun, MFR, that is unavoidably absent. As I speak here, it's highway in Anambra. If not, you have been here personally because this invitation is a vast invitation. I congratulate our brother, Chicago, for a job well done. I bring felicitations from all indigents of Ogun State that you have honored this hosting right. To so many people today, entrepreneurship is not known and linked to Baba Obasanjo. I want to tell you this evening that Baba Obasanjo, apart from being the father of Africa, he is the father of entrepreneurship in Nigeria. Just putting your hands together, you didn't know the story. I will tell you the short story. When the colonialists were leaving Nigeria in 1960, there was this report we called the Ashby Commission Report on Education. The Ashby Commission report could not be debated until 1969, maybe because of the Civil War. And after this debate, it could not be implemented until Baba became the military head of state as General Olusegun Obasanjo. That was when our national policy on education that emphasized technology and entrepreneurship was born in 1977. Will you please put your hands together for Baba? When again Baba was opportune to come back as Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, the president of Nigeria and commander-in-chief of Nigeria Armed Forces, he came back with what we call entrepreneurship education. I was opportune to be one of the experts put together then by NUC to bring up a curriculum for entrepreneurship education up to PhD level that time in 2006. Baba looked at what he left in 1939, that this has not been pursued to his taste, and brought back entrepreneurship education at all levels, basic, secondary, tertiary. Baba, today I want to congratulate you for living to see the fulfillment of your dream in entrepreneurship education. Congratulations, sir. I want to let you know that the kind of Baba grew up in an entrepreneurial society, because in Africa, we were never job seekers. Colonialists came and took our pride of entrepreneurship. There was no African that would learn a trade and beg for job. No applicants. You will train to be something. And we have that pride that our wealth is on our palm. We say, "Ateleweni itonije." But because we wanted to go for the white collar job, want to follow the white men, we forsook the tools. We left the workshops. And now we became job seekers, applicants. And the effect of this is unemployment. I want to thank the organizer of this program. I really thank you very much for leading a team that intend to bring us back to the basics. If there is no entrepreneurship and innovation, the world will not move. We will not be where we are today, because we will not think and I say, well, incidentally, I teach entrepreneurship in the university. And each time I enter my class and say, salary is slavery. Salary is limitation. And by the time I tell that, they want to hear more. Salary is slavery. we are never job seekers in Africa. We are job providers, and entrepreneurship is for the creation of jobs. There's so many misinterpretations to entrepreneurship and innovation. Well, if I want to just quote myself, in 2007, I defined entrepreneurship as identification of a particular need for a meaningful life in a society and creating a thing to meet the needs for social and economic benefit. Where are we living? We are living for something. We are our brothers' keepers. If there's need anywhere, it is ours to just think of how do we meet that need. If there is a gap, how we identify that gap, how do we fill this gap? That is entrepreneurship. An entrepreneur is an innovator. It's not just a businessman. A businessman will just seize the opportunity that has been created by an entrepreneur. Oh, there is need for planks in this place. Somebody identified the need for planks and decided to look for how to meet that plan and how to meet the need for the supply of that plan. And that plan now there. Then the business went away. How do I expand this market? I want to exploit this provision that has been made by someone that has been a forerunner called an entrepreneur. I congratulate our young ones. I want to say, in Ogun State, we are proud of you. And because you are our leaders of tomorrow, what is necessary is for you to continue to imbibe this spirit of entrepreneurship. And how do you do that? Believing in yourself. Always saying, I can do it. Of us that go to church, it says, the Bible will say, with God, all things are possible. Sometimes 2 months ago, a GS2 student came for an exhibition in our World Engineering Day that we celebrated in Ogun State, and come and see this guy flying the balloon. GS2. So, if this one, how did you go about this? He told us, he used this, he used that, and the thing could fly for 10 minutes. Because was left on his own to brainstorm and come out with something that he can do. He believes he can do it. So brainstorming. That is why presently I want to thank the representative of the my brother, sir. Our curriculum needs to be reviewed. Our curriculum needs to be targeted at what we call project method in our teaching, so that our young ones can sit down and bring out something on their own. If not, we will not be able to solve the problem of unemployment across Nigeria. What is causing this unemployment? What is causing this insecurity? And I don't have to say it's the devil's workshop. When you are occupied, you do something. When I want to define white-collar job, I say, whoever is in white-collar job, whoever is writing anything, be you an accountant, of course, we need you. Be you a registrar of a university, so a permanent secretary there, you are all in the clerical cadre. And what you do is complementary and secondary. The main man, the main person, the person that can take out, innovate, those are the people we help in the clerical aspect, because they have to be paid. They have to go on leave, maternity leave, annual leave, and so on and so forth. We are there to help them. Our dear young ones, make up your mind today to be in the forefront. Be those people that some people will compliment, some people will assist, not you assisting anybody. Our forefathers were never laborers. They engaged laborers. They were never employees, they were employers. And so, if the world will move forward, if the need of our society will have to be met, then we must encourage entrepreneurship and innovation. It is the thing that will give us the future, because presently our world is not static, it's moving. So we have to change. The world is global. And the way we do things in the yesteryears have changed. So we have to change and invent. I want to say that so many people, thank God my brother spent several years abroad, thank God for the kind of Baba that asks you, we need you in Nigeria. We still need you in Nigeria. Those of us that are running away, still need you in Nigeria. Because most of our people were those that went in those days to help them to develop the industries, and today they still go to help them to develop the industries. And so we call them we say they are in neo-colonialism. Today in Ogun State, we have launched the Young Entrepreneurs Club in all secondary schools. And we have made it compulsory that every secondary school leaver in Ogun State must be competent in at least one trade. At the end of the day, they will not rely on anybody for job. They will not be job seekers, they will be employers of labor. Again, I want to thank you for this initiative. God bless you for listening.
A round of applause for him, please. So we have arrived at the critical and the most important part of the program. The presidential fireside chat with His Excellency, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, the Baba of Africa. We're appealing to him, and he has agreed to help us inspire the next generation of leaders that will take Nigeria to the superstar level. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have the singular privilege of welcoming the Baba of Africa.
Shown practical examples of what true leadership is to both the youth and every person in Nigeria. In fact, not just in Nigeria. We all know he's the Baba of Africa, right? So he's somebody that we can draw inspiration from. Now, the essence of this session is to inspire young people from across the country on the importance, values, and rewards of leadership, true servitude as embodied by His Excellency, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, and also to inspire and challenge creative and innovative teenagers of today to be bearers of the legacy of the Olusegun Obasanjo Presidential Library in the next 50 years. I have 2 questions, after which I'm still going to make students to ask His Excellency some questions. But we're going to be talking about issues that I believe would proffer solutions to our concerns and challenges of Nigeria, of course. So, Baba, my first question. What was the strongest influence that prepared you for leadership, and what do you recommend for the young people, considering a number of things you have done and achieved for our great nation, Nigeria?
Thank you very much, my dear sister. Before I answer your question, or attempt to answer your question, let me take this opportunity to welcome all of you to Olusegun Obasanjo Presidential Library. No, let her sit. Madam, go and sit there. Don't mind him. Don't go, just go and sit there. I want to welcome all of you. Particularly, I want to welcome the Ambassador of the Republic of Korea, who has been with us now for 3 days. And I particularly want to thank you for the keynote address. And I will be making allusion to 1 or 2 points that you made in your keynote address. Now that I have opportunity also to address this august body. Let me also especially congratulate all the participants, all the schools, all the students that have participated in this year's SAGE exhibition and projects. I want to also thank my brothers and sisters who, either in their personal position or as representing those who are unavoidably absent, for the contribution they have made. The representative of the Minister of State for Education, who reminded me of meeting him in Gambia. You know, Nigerians meet themselves in different places. I went to Papua New Guinea and I met Nigerians there. I thought that's one place I would meet Nigerians, but they were there. One of the most unique things that you find wherever you go and Nigerians meet themselves is that they see themselves and talk themselves and take themselves as Nigerians. But when they come home, unfortunately, some of them see themselves differently. And that is unfortunate. But one thing that I see in today, and he said he was encouraged. I was more than encouraged, I was impressed from the performance of these students. And it can only give us one thing, all of us, those of us who are here present, and those who may be watching this in their homes and wherever they may be watching them as video, is that there is great hope for this country. There is great hope for this country. And I also like the point that he used to say, yes, you are the leaders of tomorrow. These students are showing you and me that their leadership starts from today. They're not waiting for tomorrow. Because if they leave here tomorrow entirely in your hand, I mean you, the elite and the adults of today, you may not let them have that tomorrow. So, students, take your tomorrow today from those who may want to destroy your tomorrow. Don't let it happen. Now, I want to particularly thank you for handling the, I've referred to you. Now we won't meet in Gambia, we will meet here. And I'm happy that you have now decided that those children will come back home. I had one, so that you may tell them my own story. I had my son who went to Cambridge, and he had a PhD in Cambridge, and he has been recruited by a Nigerian who was in MIT to come and, because of his performance, to come to Cambridge to be a lecturer. And my son made the mistake of telling me that he has got a job, in MIT, and he was going to MIT, and I pleaded with him to come to go to America through Nigeria from Britain. He was stupid enough to accept to do that. And then he came, and I said to him, look, why don't you come and try to work with me on the farm? And he said to me, Daddy, I spent 7 years to study computer, and you want me to waste 7 years of computer study on your farm? Well, I didn't have immediate answer to that. I said, look, there's a little bit of computer on my farm as well. Anyway, we settled that he would be with me for 6 months. And if he doesn't like it, he could go to anywhere he chose. So he agreed. And I put him on the farm. After 4 months, he came to me and said, Dad, your farm is more complicated than I thought. Even though there may not be direct computer in it, but there's something to learn. I thought I was winning. So I said, well, are you going to stay and learn? He said, yes. And this will be 2005 or 2006. Today, if you ask him to go anywhere else in the world, he will tell you no. I think, yes, things are bad, but those of them that we can invite and induce, I think that will be my word. We should try and do that. And I'm happy that you are going to try to do that. My chairman and the director, the leader of SAGE, I want to thank you for the effort you are making and that you have made, and you have taken this to the level where it can be on what I would call autopilot. Well, not that you won't be there. You know, when captains of aircraft, when they put their aircraft on the autopilot, they don't go to the toilet. They still stay there. That is on autopilot. The autopilot means that it will move more smoothly, and that you will still continue to guide and direct it. I believe that the more we can involve secondary schools in this program, the better it will be. And I'm particularly happy that we have the Vice Chancellor of Bells University, who also oversights the Bells Secondary School. Augusta, take note. Now, my dear sister, to come to your question, I started life with handicaps. And I've come to the conclusion from my life and from what I have experienced and from what I have read and from interaction that I have had with others and from my religious background, that handicaps are really not bad things. Maybe they are good for making you a better person than you will ordinarily have been. What were the handicaps I had? One, I was born in a village. There was no road to my village, no road. We had 2 markets that we used to go on foot. Whatever we had to sell in the market, we went on foot. One market, the nearer one, is about 3.5 kilometers. The other one, the longer one, is about 6.5 kilometers. And this was the situation in my village. That was the one handicap. Another handicap was that my parents were not educated. My father didn't go to school, and my mother didn't go to school. So I cannot be described as a Ajebota. In fact, we didn't have anything other than Ogi. That's pap. That's what I was brought up on. And concoction called Lagu, because there's no tablet. And this So that's another handicap. The third handicap was that there was no school in my village. No school at all. The nearest school was about, again, 3.5 kilometers away. And so the idea of going to school could not even be thought of. Well, but there were things, even in those days, that were good. I think somebody in his presentation here quoted the English saying that 4 eyes bring a child to the world and a village bring it up. We have that in Yoruba, that 4 eyes bring a child to the world and 200 eyes, Igba, bring the child up. So we had community life and communal life, which were very, very good. Whatever I did within the, if I did something wrong, not only in the house, but within the village or within the community, they didn't have to report to my parents. They could give me the punishment that I deserve. And that used to be the practice. But unfortunately, when you got back home, your parents will again punish you. Because, so it's double punishment. For me, at times it was triple punishment, because my father was a little bit more lenient. So if I had done something where I got punished outside by a cousin or an uncle or an aunt, and I got home, if my father was the one who gave me the second punishment, it will be lenient. My mother will wait until my father was not around. Then he will invite me into her room. It's always in her room. And when he invited me with enchanting words, it could either be for commendation or for punishment. You don't know which one. Baba Okomi, come. You don't know, Baba Okomi, what that will mean. It could be, as I said, it could be enchantment. And that enchantment could be for praising you. But because I've done something outside, and my father has ticked me off lightly, my mother will invite me. And my mother never used cane or whip. My mother will roll my ears, the two. And I don't know if any of you had gone through that punishment before. Very hard. And she would say, repeat after me. I will not do this again. I will not do this again. And I will repeat with tears in my eyes. But then there are also values that will imbibe from our parents, from the community, from the extended family, relations. And you know, in those days, although religion, Christian religion and Islamic religion were both present in my village, but traditional religion was not discarded in spite of Christianity and Islam. In fact, the singing and the ceremony when we are going into worshiping any of those traditional gods is that Christianity does not prevent us from doing this, because this was what was done for us before we were born. And it's one of the things, and I've said this not too long ago, that I found was that the values and the virtues of the adherents of those traditional religions were as strong, if not stronger, than the values and the virtues that we were taught in Christianity and Islam. They were honest, they were people of integrity. You can depend on their words. They were very, these were the things that they held dear. The values, and money making was not value that was regarded as value. Honesty, integrity, reliability, hard work, and we had a lot of things that we say in Yoruba. For instance, you say, if you have no trap, your brother, your sister, or your relation, or your colleague who has no trap and is bringing bushmeat to the house, then you don't need anybody to tell you that it's a thief. And these are inculcated into us. A lot of things. And then we had things that have now disappeared, unfortunately. We have uncles, cousins, senior cousins, aunts, that will be telling us stories, tales. And these tales have moral lessons. Most of our tales were around the tortoise. The good thing that is done, the bad thing that is done. And from these tales, you get a lot of moral lessons, values that are etched in your mind. Then, of course, as I said, we had a number of people. It's a small village. I was born and bred in a small village, but that small village had not only Yorubas, we had Igbos, we had Eguns, we had Nupe. Now, it's a cosmopolitan in a way, even though a small village. Not only that, the Muslims and Christians interact without any. In fact, you have a cousin who is a Muslim, and I was, in fact, I started going to Quranic school. What discouraged me is the bulala, because, and then I gave up. Then I was going to farm with my father. My father had no, as I said, no school, so there was no idea of going to do anything. Until one day, we were coming back from the farm. Occasionally, I will go to the market with my mom. She had extra wire that had to be taken to the market and couldn't be carried by her alone. And as the advisor to the governor of Ogun State said, we were not looking for jobs because jobs are there and you have to create jobs. And so my father will release me to carry load once a while with my mother to the market. But this particular day, I was coming back from the farm with my father. And my father, who didn't go to school, and just asked me, hey, young man, now, is this farming thing you will want to continue to do with me for the rest of your life? Of course, I had no answer because I knew nothing else. But an elder cousin of mine had just left the village to come to Abeokuta to learn to become a vehicle mechanic. So then it was something for me to say to my father. And I said to my father, oh yeah, like Taye, I don't mind being a vehicle mechanic. And that he was rather stunned, vehicle mechanic. Now you don't want to go to school? School, no school in the village. I said, if you send me, I'll go to school. And then my father took note of that. And the following January, he brought me to Abeokuta. Schools resumed on Monday, and all schools resumed on the same day. We arrived in Abeokuta on Tuesday. So we could only go to seek admission, or she could only take me to seek admission on Wednesday. And we went to 5 schools that were near enough to our compound from where I could go. And the 5 schools rejected me. So my father left me with his half-sister. And I went back to the village. My uncle-in-law, the husband of my father's half-sister, was a fisherman. But my father had disdain for anybody who is not a farmer. It doesn't matter what else you do. If you are not a farmer, to my father, you are a lazy man. And he never hid it. Even in the village, the next house to ours, who was his blood relation, their first cousin or whatever. They never saw eye to eye because that one was a babalawo. And my father would say, how should an able-bodied man wake up in the morning and tie wrapper and say he's babalawo? So we saw that. So I was left in Abeokuta. After about 3 months, my father came one day and said, Shobo is the name of my uncle-in-law. Shobo, you want to turn my son to a lazy man like you? Wake up and say you are a fisherman. Actually, an able-bodied adult man call himself a fisherman. I take my son back to the village. So that was the end of my trying to even live in a bit of civilization in Abeokuta. So I went back to the village. And because I continued, this time a little bit older, my father will take line together with him, and he will help me a little bit on my own side, and we finish the line together. Then we had a break to go and prepare fire for yam. We put yam on the fire. Then we will have the breakfast because we must get to the farm by daybreak. We must get to the farm by daybreak. So again, the church. So you ask, what are the things that I will say? One, my parents. Two, the community. Three, the religious exposure, both traditional and Christianity. And then, of course, later on, I started school. So all these early things, and of course, it's the mission school. I started, it was a Baptist church in my village, but the village where there was a school was an Anglican, and an Anglican school where I started school. And then, as I said, this community, which is a mixed community of other tribes, and there was no distinction of this is Igbo, this is Tapa, this is Egun. No, there wasn't that. We were all together, and their children, and we grew up together. And so this was the crucible, if you like, or the laboratory where my own character and life was formed and shaped.
Thank you, Baba. What it means is, obviously, that despite the fact that Baba had beginning that didn't look pleasant, he was not in any way limited. While Baba was talking, all I could see is a man that is full of grit, passion, commitment, and focus. Yes, I had to put focus because anybody that is not focused cannot have achieved what Baba has achieved and still do what Baba is still doing at his age. Please, let us celebrate Baba. I was so inspired. And I know everyone here too is getting so much inspiration. The next question. Would like to know, what should the young people be doing right now to help foster multicultural integration, religious tolerance, unity, and prosperity in Nigeria? But before you answer that, Baba, we know that history has it that you have pioneered democratic governments and governance in Africa by being the first military head of state, yes, to hand over to a democratic government. Now, this shows that you were willing to let the voices of the people be heard. Now, Baba was the first, he's still in history, the first to create the Ministry of Youth. It also shows that he has passion for the youth and youth development all round. We've had so many projects, Operation Feed Nation. When I was in junior school then, we were inspired a lot by the project, the National Alleviation Program also. Poverty Alleviation Program was also pioneered by Baba, and so many programs. So we really want to know, because you obviously have lots of experience. We want to know, what should the young people be doing right now to help foster multicultural integration, religious tolerance, unity, and prosperity in Nigeria?
Thank you. I think two of those who had made presentation here today have talked about education and the Vice Chancellor of Bells University talk about education. The position that we must all understand is this: without the right education, all other things will go wrong. Education must be seen as fundamental, very fundamental for our development, for leadership and all that. And that education must be right, it must be current, it must be relevant, it must be forward-looking. Look, when I was in secondary school, we were learning Latin. And I was unfortunate. The man who was supposed to be teaching us Latin actually was a fake. He didn't even understand Latin. So he would come to our class and say, bonjour, it's bonjour Latin. At that time, they said, what were the things that were in the vogue? What was in vogue was, you'll be an engineer, like my brother here, like me. You'll be a lawyer. And if you have to be a lawyer, I believe that Latin is very important. But today, is Latin really relevant in any? No. So what is relevant? Mathematics, engineering, and technology. And there, so our education has to be relevant and right in quantity, in quality and quantity. In quality and quantity. That's the first thing. And you know what is being done by SAGE, and which we have been told is now being adopted by FCT and even by Ogun State, entrepreneurship training is very, very important. You see, entrepreneurship entails four things that are very important. It entails investment, and if you don't invest, you don't make progress. It entails risk-taking, and life, I've said that there is need for a little bit of hardship or handicap. Even the Bible says that, look, I'm telling you this, that's Jesus Christ. I'm telling you this so that you can know that in this world, it will not be easy. You will have trouble. You will have tribulation. You will have problems. But I have overcome, and therefore you too will be an overcomer. It's part of it. So that training for leadership must entail entrepreneurship. It must entail a bit of knowledge of economics. It must entail a bit of knowledge of the world in which we live in. And you cannot be a leader without being a reader. Now, how can you, particularly in this day and age, as I always say to my children and those who work with me, you must inform me You cannot over-inform me. You can under-inform me. And there's so much today to learn from the world, in the world of internet, in the world of Facebook, in the world of Google, in the world of whatever, Instagram, is it? All these things are there. But in addition to that, we must let our people learn history. History is important for one thing. It gives you the past. It is the memory. And you imagine, if you lose your memory, you won't even remember what you ate last night. So history is the memory, and it gives you the guide to the present. How did we get to the present? And then it also leads you, help you to channel a course for the future. So I was surprised when I was told that history has been removed from curriculum in our schools. And I told my own people that if that has been done, it will not be done in my own school. History is very, very important. So what do we have? What do these children have to have? They have to understand Nigeria, because charity begins at home. If I ask you, where is Hung? H-U-N-G. What will be your answer? Most of you will say it's in China or maybe in Korea. Isn't it? If I say, where is Sung? S-U-N-G. Your answer would be more or less the same. Isn't it? But they are in Nigeria. In fact, in Adamawa, am I correct? If you don't know that, and Uche, where are you? Has he gone out? Uche is not here. Okay. He will hear what I will have to say. One of the things that, Uche, you are here. Okay. Be around and be attentive. Because part of our job, my job, and some of them here, is to monitor and mentor. Monitor and mentor. You have done a shitty job. I must tell you how I feel. One of the things that you have to do on a thing like this is all the names. You learn how to pronounce them properly, particularly the Yoruba names that are tonal. Listen, Ota is the name of a village, of a town, a community. Is O.TA. Ota. Ota. Ota is spelled the same way. Is enemy. Ota. Then Ota is and your tone is not right, and you call it Ota. It's Ota. Now, please, you need to take time to get it right. Somebody wanted to interview me, and on television, outside Nigeria, 3 times he asked me to pronounce my name so that he will pronounce it well. correctly. It's a small thing, but it's very important. It shows that you saying this is also part of the thing. So it is important. If I call you Uche, you won't like that. You are Uche. Am I correct? It is very important. Now, so preparation for leadership. That's part of what we are doing here. That's what we are doing here. And you remember when the ambassador was giving his keynote address, he mentioned three important things, but the key was leadership. The key, leadership. And we aren't going to get anywhere. We are just going to be deceiving ourselves if we don't take leadership very seriously. And let me say this to you. It's not leadership only at the political level. At every level. At every level. Political level is important because politics determines a lot of other things. But at every level, at the private sector level, you will also notice that the ambassador mentioned some of those who are making it in private sector in Nigeria, the like of Tinubu Melu, Aliko, Abdullah, Mike Adenuga, and all that. But what did these people have? They saw opportunity and they took advantage of the opportunity. Most people don't even know opportunity when they see it. They don't even recognize opportunity. If you cannot recognize something, how can you take advantage of it? And here in Nigeria, in spite of the situation we are in, there are still opportunities. In spite of the situation we are in, there are still opportunities. When COVID-19 struck, I decided, hey, this is a bad thing. I was worried that it will hit like Ebola, but thank God it has not been as devastating as Ebola. But then I said to myself, food will be one thing that we have to take care of. Food. Food. Because with COVID, after COVID, we will still eat. And as the ambassador said, we have moved from 120 million to over 200 million. We've added the population of France to our own population. And if we continue the way we are going, by the year 2050, we will be the third largest country in the world. If we continue, by the year 300, is it? 3,000, we will be the largest country in the world. Now, what are we going to do to handle that? How are we going to handle that population? And you can say to me, you will be gone maximum another 20 years, I'm gone. But you will be here. If not to 3,000, you will be here to 2050. If we do not start getting it right now, we will not get it right by the year 2050. But population by itself may not be a liability if we do what we have to do. But if we don't do what we have to do, which we are not doing now, population will be a liability. So what should we do? We should also be telling ourselves part of education is that population management. Some people don't like population family thing and all that. But whatever you do, you must manage your population for the benefit of all that are in that within your nation. So what do they have to do? Values. What are the values that we cherish? One of the things that I found very disappointing in government was that integrity is no longer something that is cherished. Loyalty is no longer something that you cherish. You have a meeting and your party. In fact, the first thing, the lesson they were trying to teach me in politics is that your party should not hold its own meeting until your opponent or the opposition has held its own, so that you know what the opposition has planned, so that your own party will hold its own meeting to disturb what the opposition. When you have a man, you attend your own meeting at 12, and you finish at 1, and you hear that he went to another meeting at 2, and you say, the following morning, Oga, after the meeting, that's politics. What sort of politics is that? That's politics. It's politics, it's politics, no honor. It's politics not holding to something that you have decided. I believe that values which we seem to ignore must be taken very, very seriously. Values of punctuality, values of, as I said in Yoruba land, making money is not part of it's not rated on high value. No. Why is it now? Because they will say, look, we have a saying that you are going to look for money, and on the way you meet E. What will you call E? Honor. You meet honor, and you don't go back. They say, when you get the money, what will you buy with it? So, what is honor now? You need a man in when I was growing up, our family. Like they will tell you that no, you cannot marry from that family. We will look for another wife. They will, that family is the family of liars. The same. So these things are, were cherished, and we have to go back to them. Because after all, what is life? What is life? Like, I think it was the representative of Minister and the CEO of Bells mentioned, I'm not doing anything for today. It's not built for today. Money, I say, look, the best are the first and the best in your university. Let us identify talent, and let us develop talent, because that's what we need. Identify it, develop it, promote it. Don't get the first and go get his PhD and all that. Doesn't matter to me, provided it comes to work and can push. And this, people like abroad, what he has acquired, party that nobody can take from him, and where he goes and make use of. Come back to Nigeria. So the preparation of our youth for leadership start from home, community, school, church, and mosque. And that is what they call wisdom. That experience is what we call wisdom. And you need dynamism, the smartness of young people like what may regard as stupidity of a man like me. But in that stupidity, you can get. It's also important that we should interact. We should share views. One of the things I always get from my children is, Daddy, you are wrong. You are archaic. You are old-fashioned. Old-fashioned. Me? Okay. Oh. And then when they go wrong somewhere and they run and say, am I old-fashioned? And Daddy, we are not talking about that now. Just bring money and let's solve this problem. So, no longer but we understand you, but we understand that we too are not as stupid as we look. We may not be able to manipulate computer as we should, but it's not out of stupidity. It is because we were BC.
Wow. Are we getting inspiration? Are we getting inspired? Are we getting motivated? So much motivation coming from Baba. One thing I observed is how much emphasis Baba placed on values. He kept repeating values. So it means the moment we drop our values, a lot will go wrong. And he also said a lot about what SAGE is doing in line with, raising, just like the CS team that is tagged, raising innovative leaders through entrepreneurship, raising the next wave of innovative leaders through entrepreneurship. And what it means is that in the education system, there has to be entrepreneurship education for young ones. And we are so happy and we're so glad that SAGE is making this dream come true. Another thing I got that so fascinated me about Baba is when he said, readers are leaders. Who heard that? Thank you. And it will interest you to know that Baba has written so many books. One of the things that draws me so much to him is his eloquence when communicating. Imagine that Baba grew up in a place that didn't have schools, yet he communicates effectively and he has written My Command, volume 1 to 3. Yes, sir. And My Command.
You read My Command?
Yes, sir. And you need to read.
Not My Will, or This Animal Called Man, or My...
See the list now. Wow. And even my watch. Yes. My watch has volume 1 to 3. Yes, sir. So there's so much we can get from Baba. In fact, he's a living testimony of the quote that says, if I can see further, it's because I stand on the shoulders of giants. Obviously, with leaders like Baba, Nigeria will definitely go far if we put into practice all he has been saying and everything that he is doing. So we're going to give room quickly for questions from our students.
All right.
Students, I believe you have questions.
That's one here.
If someone should help me give them another mic. We're going to do this quickly. Please, if you're asking a question, I would appreciate that you summarize and make it brief. Yes, sir. Together. Okay. No mic. Please, you can go on.
Thank you very much. Good day, Your Excellency. My name is Ofodoro Francis. I'm from Maris College, Yanguji. I'm one of the participants for the SAGE competition 2021. Maris College, Yanguji.
Buddha, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, I've been wondering, I wanted to know, I heard you lost your dad at a very young age. So how are you able to overcome this, to achieve so much far? How are you able to overcome the loss?
He said he had you lost your dad at an early age. So he would like to know how you're able to overcome the trauma of losing your dad at an early age. Yes, sir.
Not only my dad, I love my mother too. Oh.
You can ask your question.
Good evening, Your Excellency. I am Obun Narita from Holy Ghost British Academy. And my question for you is, how best do I prepare myself to be a good president of Nigeria tomorrow?
Also, she's asking how best can she prepare herself? She's asking how best herself to be a good president of Nigeria.
My name is Ejiofor Chimamanda, and I am a student of my question. As children, few generations, but our interest is not protected in the Constitution because about 50% of our said leaders of tomorrow are all over the streets hawking with little or no educational background, while some are being abused through rape and child trafficking. What do you have to say about
Did you right that about 50% that youth are not covered in our constitution, and about 50% of those people who are there have no education?
Yes, little or no. Yes.
Okay, well, that's debatable, but I will come to you. All right.
Good evening, Your Excellency of Africa. Indeed, you're a great man and you're an icon. My teammates and I look up to you so much because of the great things you have done for our country, Nigeria, and the entire world. My question to you is, how can we get back the Nigerian educational system to discuss the practice as
How we get back to where we were in Nigeria? Good educationally, and to I've got 4 points. Let me take them quickly, one by one. Yeah. And then that will be the only set we can get, unless somebody has something that is really biting him, because we've already spent a lot of time. Trauma of loss of my parents. Well, I will tell you, my mother died before my father. And my mother died while I was still in UK, training to be an officer. This was in 1958. And we were out on exercise. Then at the lunch break, they will distribute letters. And I got this letter from a cousin of mine who is dead now, reported my mother's death. I've had my lunch. I got the letter open, and there it is, report of my mother's death. So what could I do? I took the letter. It was written in English to the officer in charge of us, and he read it, and he said, "Officer Cadet Obasanjo, what do you want to do?" I said, "Well, I really don't know, and that's why I gave you the letter." He said, "Well, if you want to go home to bury your mother, I can make the recommendation. I don't know whether it will be approved." I said, no, because my mother had been buried already. I just give you the letter. He said, "Okay, in that case, you will lead the next exercise. You can see the military." Now, here, I just got the news of my mother dying. I reported to my boss, the captain, and he said, "All right, you are taking the next exercise, which means I will be the leader. I will have to write the order. I will have to do the appreciation." And I had to. I didn't know what it was all about, but it was reflected in my report at the end of my training, that I can manage myself in crisis. That's what it said. And that was because of that. So, if you are in a situation where you are confronted with that type of thing, then the death of my father was a little bit different. I had come back from the UK and I was in the Cameroon. This was early 1960. We haven't had independence. So the southern Cameroon was still administered as part of Nigeria. And there was somebody they called terrorist, St. Martin, they call him. You have to go and defend. And I was there in Bamenda, a village in Bamenda. Again, that day, reporting father's death. I was close home, so I returned. I said, "Well, look, after 1 week, you'll be given leave to go home." I was given leave. That time, the best way to come home from Babangida is allowed to come by rail from Enugu to down. By the time I came down, of course, my father had been very long time and all that. And I thank all those, and I came back. So, maybe it did not cause but survived. 9 children, 7 died. So malaria must have killed them. So my younger sister then, because my mother had died while I was ceremony normally burial. Now you can with that. You are a man. I'm a woman, and I'm married. And then the family of my don't make ceremony to there was Friday. And then we did it Saturday to Sunday. Sunday we went to church. Before in the evening, I went back to Kaduna, and I said, "Now you are satisfied. Your mother and your father have been finally buried." He said, "Yes." And that was the end. So I will say that I did not really suffer the trauma that one will suffer if you were there and it was happening in your place. How best to prepare to be president of Nigeria? That's my girl. You know, whatever you plan to do, you can achieve. Whatever you plan to do, you can achieve. But then, be mindful of one thing. Everything you do will count towards what you want to achieve. The possibility of you achieving it or not achieving it. Everything. Every reaction, every mistake you make, every progress you make will count. But whatever you want to achieve, then be mindful that every step you take will count towards you being able to achieve it or not being able to achieve it. I'm not like you. I didn't have ambition to be president of Nigeria. Being president of Nigeria came to me, if you like, by accident. All right. But then, everything that has happened in my life was exposed. Because then, at that point, you have no hiding place. And that is very, very important. So what we have been saying all day today is all part of preparing you. All of it. I always say that if you are a good citizen of Nigeria anywhere in the world, you will be a good citizen of Nigeria when you come to Nigeria. So wherever you are, you have to be a good citizen. You may get away with shoddy things for a while. Sooner or later, it will come out. So be of best. Be of the best that you can be in everything at every time. Then your ambition can be achieved. Youth not catered for in our constitution. I don't agree with that. Because the age limit for becoming governor is 35. I know it's 35, and I remember when Donald Duke became governor, he was just over 35, and before he was sworn in, I took him to Cuba, and Fidel Castro was still alive. And Fidel looked at him and said, "What do you say this man is?" I say, "He's an elected governor. He hasn't been sworn in." But he said, "Oh, you also take school children as governor." And you can imagine how Donald Duke will feel. So I look at Donald Duke's face drop. I say, "Fidel, how old were you when after your being a gorilla took over here?" He said, "You are right. I was only 31. I said, "This man is 35, going to 36. So we get, and then you can contest as member of at 21, is it? Or 25, all right? 25, you are still youth. You can be a member of House of Assembly, House of Representative. What time? 28 House of Rep. They are still youth. Senator. I think it's about the same with governor. All right. So to say that the Constitution did not cater for youth, I would not agree with that. But you say 50% of our people who are there are not educated. Even that I will not agree, unless, of course, you give me the definition of education as you have it. If education to be able to read and write, they are. If wide education to be able to really lead the way they should, I will agree with you. But that's part of why we are here. Maybe the answer will be we find a school where we will send some of them. The last question is
How can we get back?
education. How can we go back to the good old days? Let me tell you this. There are some good old days that you cannot go back to. And let me give you an example. When I was going to school here in Abeokuta, there were really 2 secondary schools in Abeokuta. My own school, BBHS, and Abeokuta Grammar School. There's no way you can go back to 2 secondary schools in Abeokuta. And in those days, it was good. It was good. Competition between Abeokuta Grammar School and BBHS. We call them Abeokuta Garawa School because we thought that they call us borrow, hire or steal, BBHS. Now we have fun, we play and all that. But that cannot happen anymore. believe in Abeokuta today will be more than 100 secondary schools. Won't it? There will be more than 100 secondary schools. The point is that what is the content? What is the value? What are the students getting out of it? I think that is where they talk about other Nigeria education. I didn't go to Ghana. Some even go to Republic. Qualified journalism. I don't, because I've got all my children, one form or the other, going through our own system of education. What has gone down is the moral value and quality of the value that we cherish. And that can be, as I said, we have to start from home. The community, the religious institutions, and when I started my own secondary school, I said that corporal punishment will be maintained in my school, but only 2 of us will administer corporal punishment. Me, the proprietor of the school, and the principal of the school. One woman came one day and said, no, there can be no corporal punishment for my son. I said, take your son away. Take your son. It was after that David, the foreign minister of Britain under Callaghan, we were talking one day and he said, oh, we still administer corporal punishment in our public schools. What they call public school is their private school. And I said, why is that? He said, that is where we bring our leaders from. And don't forget, the Bible says, spare the rod and spoil the child. And if you bring your children up properly, even when you look, they know what you are saying. The look says a lot. That's part of education. I've heard where a lecturer in a university said, I was talking to him about value and morality and all that. And he said, it is my ability to reform a boy or a girl who has not been reformed from his or her home. Now, if that is the attitude, that's not good enough, because it is, in fact, when you are passing out of university, you say, by character and learning, Abi? And where is the character if you are saying that you are not going to reform him or her? So, see, it is also the responsibility of the educational institution. But we said here that maybe we have to look at our curriculum. We have to make it relevant, make it to the point, and make it realistic, and make it forward-looking. If we are looking at the world in 20 years from now, when driverless vehicles will be the order of the day, what are we preparing? What are we doing for that? When AI, artificial intelligence, will be the order of the day, what are we doing about that? What is our preparation? When probably you will have a watch which will not only just tell time, it will be your radio, it will be your television, it will be your telephone, and then you can switch it on. What are we doing to prepare? Almost all here, and I believe that yes, past in the sense of we didn't have education of Nigeria. If anything, we can remember, we can be nostalgic about them, but that's all we can do. I believe that what we should be doing now is our education is modern, it's relevant, it's adequate in quality and quantity, and is forward-looking, so that it can deal with the problem of today and problem of tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Baba. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the fire chat with His Excellency, the Baba of Africa. But please, we are not done yet. We're going to have award presentation for Baba done by the chairman, Sage Nigeria, after which we'll take pictures with Baba.
Ladies and gentlemen, please a wonderful round of applause for Baba. On behalf of all the Nigerian youth, all the Nigerian students, and the Sage Global community, and the honor given to me and privilege given to me by Baba today, we want to formally present to you His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, the former president of Nigeria, the Baba of Africa. Today, he's been declared life patron of Sage Nigeria.
Well, what do I say? I appreciate this, and I accept this on behalf of all the good youth of Nigeria. The thing is this, let me say this. I always say to young people that you have heard a little bit about my background. If I can get there, you can even get beyond there. And as I was saying, that entrepreneurship gave you 4 things: investment, a little bit of risk taking. It also gives you reward for whatever you have done. And of course, it makes you provide the need of the community and your nation. Not just your own need, but also for the need of the country and your community. So together we will get there. Don't worry. One thing I want to leave with you. You know, that I'm not as young as I used to be. And if I believe, and I believe very seriously, that Nigeria go better in my lifetime, then there's something for you to hope for. Thank you.
Okay. We have a special award, the Award of Excellence, Olusegun Obasanjo Sage Nigeria Leadership Award. And the winner of that award is Ogbonnaya Oluebube Rita.
She want to prepare herself to be president. Now you can clap for her. The thing, Rita, I want to assure you that we can work together because you are not competing with me. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Baba of Africa. I want to thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I've been dreaming for this all my life, and today is the first day I'm receiving such an award. Thank you very much. Thank you for being a source of admiration to me, and I pray that through this inspiration, I'll be able to achieve what I want to achieve in life. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you very much. But before we release Baba finally, because we're running up with the program, we want to present the big prizes. We want to have the privilege and honor for Baba to present those prizes. And the third place prize of 2021 Sage National School Entrepreneurship Award goes to the MedSet Sage team of Homat College, Lagos. May I call on the Permanent Secretary, FCT, to help Baba with this presentation, please. The second place team goes to another strong team. And the team is the Aqua Boat Sage team of Maris College, Yangoje. To help present this, may I graciously call on the Vice Chancellor of Bells University to help Baba with this. They have two teams. just a moment of suspense before we present this. We want to present a very important award to us, which is the Okwara Oka Amogo Prize for Community Service. This goes to the school with the most impactful community service. And it's an endowment of my own father. And the prize money for this is 200,000 naira. The prize goes to the Sense Box Stage team of Marist College Yangoje. Yangoje, Abuja. To help Baba with this award, may I call on the representative of the Executive Governor of Ogun State to help Baba with this. The next great award, we are laying so much emphasis on cultural integration. And if you can experience what's going on in our country today, I'll clearly tell you, ethnicity, it's one of the biggest challenges we are facing because a lot of young people don't understand the culture and sensibilities of others. So we emphasize that in the SAGE program. And that's why we create a special program for it we call the Cultural Night, where every participating team will showcase their culture, will showcase their heritage, and showcase their, all they are in their community for their fellow students to understand and experience firsthand. We want to break that genes disturbing Nigeria. And this year, the team with the best cultural presentation is the Craft House of the University of Calabar International School. And to help Baba present this, Your Excellency, may I take your permission, Your Excellency, the Ambassador, to call on your wife to help Baba present this award, please. Your wife. And the big prize for the team that represent Nigeria at the 2021 State World Cup. Nigeria has already claimed the State World Cup as a birthright. We have won it 8 times, and we are not tired of singing it because it's a great achievement for the country. If there's any program or if there's anything that's advancing the image of Nigeria, we can clearly and boastfully, because we have the boasting right, to say SAGE is that. Each time the SAGE students present, be it in the US, be it in Canada, be anywhere in the world, people are marveled by the energy, creativity, and dexterity of the Nigerian people. Call on the great team that represent Nigeria this year May I call on the Sense Box Stage team of Maris College, Yangoje. Maris Yangoje is the current stage champion, and they are winning it back to back. We would like the team captain to say something. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Good day, everyone. My fellow teampreneurs and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of my team, the Sensebox Sage team, I would like to thank Sage Nigeria 2021 for this honor they have given to our team. I pray that the good Lord will continue to see us through. In the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you very much.
Photo session. I will just announce. Ladies and gentlemen, because this is a historic moment, we want it to be captured properly, and we're going to have a very fast photo session with Baba before he retires. And first, we want to thank our judges. Please, all the judges, may you come forward for a photo session with Baba, please. All the people who served as judges yesterday, please, may you come forward, please. Thank you. The next to come on stage, please. May I call on the FCT Permanent Secretary and his delegation and other dignitaries here present, please.
Stand by. We need to take the old man away from here. Call the next group to come and stand. Call them.
Wait,
come and stand.
wait.
Yeah, we stop the picture. I'm telling you. Call them to come and stand here.
Six facilitators are there. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, is the photo session done? May we call, excuse me, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, may we call on the SAGE facilitators? May we call on the SAGE facilitators, the alumni, and the coordinators of SAGE quickly? Yes, I'm not. Yes, Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of the photo session. We yeah, may I invite the Kogi State Government Secretary, the SSG Kogi State Government.
What's her name? SSG.